Fuel low. Fuel critical. Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Whoa. This one must have been a good one.
G'day and welcome to Space Engineers. This is the beginning of a series of tutorials where I'm hoping to guide new players from the bottom of the learning cliff to the top with as few accidental explosions along the way as possible. So to begin with, we're going to click on New Game, and in this menu you've got a few options. If you're someone who hasn't played many first-person controlled games before, I'd suggest going to Original Content and then finding the first jump. This scenario will guide you through things like basic movement controls, jumping, jetpack, those sorts of things in a really quite well done way. And I think it's a much better way of learning those controls because it's directly interactive. Once you've done that, jump back to Sandbox and we're going to select Star System, or for those not on Steam, Home System, and we're going to click Customize just so that we can change the name of our save. On the right hand side here, you'll see that there are a lot of different options. These options can be changed dynamically on your save for nearly all of them, so don't worry about them. The defaults are actually pretty okay for you to begin with, so we can just leave them as they are and click Start. When you load in, you'll come spinning down in this rover, and if you press V, you can look from the outside and you'll notice that it'll have potentially the same color as me, potentially a different color. When you spawn in, it's a bit of a random pick. We can look around. I'm in some sort of savanna area and deep canyons with big cliffs. This doesn't look too bad though, it looks like fairly good rover terrain. When we've dropped down, we can have a bit of a look at what we've got on our rover. We've got our cockpit at the front, we've got a battery down the side here. You can see there are 4 potential lights here. The 4 lights indicate levels of charge where if the light is on, it is above 25%, 50%, 75%, or it's at 100%. So at the moment, just looking at those lights, we can know that it's above 75%. We've got our survival kit on the back here. This needs to remain powered and intact for us to be able to respawn. If we lose this, we have to start fresh from a new rover. Our base may still survive if we've built one already, but we'll have to drive there because we'll have no means to get there otherwise. So look after your survival kit. Then you've got a bunch of other blocks in here which don't really matter for the moment, so we'll get to them later. Hop back in the cockpit, and there are a few things in the seat that we want to have a look at. If we press I, we can get our inventory up, and you can see that in the cockpit, we have a pistol, some ammunition, some kelp crisps, which we may need to eat later, and a data pad. In the data pad, there will be a GPS for a trade station nearby. If you're worried you might lose that data pad, you can right-click on it, click Create GPS Marker, click OK, then go to your GPS tab. You can enable it by double-clicking. Otherwise it'll get deleted, and then you can turn off show on HUD since we're not going to be going to that terribly soon. Then we can go back to our inventory screen, and we're going to transfer the pistol to our player's inventory. We can either click and drag things across, or if you want to move a whole stack, you can double click. There are a few other keyboard shortcuts which we'll get to later. So with our pistol in our player inventory, we can now hop out of the cockpit and add it to our hotbar. To add things to your player hotbar, you press G, which brings up this menu. We can find character weapons on the side here. And I'm going to drag this pistol into slot number 4. Then we'll reload. And this means if my butt starts to get bitten by some pesky wolf, I'll be able to turn around and give it some of its own medicine back. Even though it's sad because doggo. And now to begin our mission to survive. What we need to do to begin with is to find some ores in the local area. This may take us some time. So to do something useful while we're searching, I'm going to grab my drill, I'm going to walk around to the back of the rover, I'm going to start drilling just straight down into the dirt, holding down F to pick up all these little boulders of rock that appear, and then we're going to get the survival kit to process these into usable materials. It may take a little while till your inventory is full. If you're finding it's getting a little bit dark while you're waiting for that inventory to fill, you can press L and turn on your suit lights, which may help things a bit. And you'll see that bar just above your hotbar getting into the red, and then you'll get the delightful inventory full. Now we can head back up to the surface, and for our survival kit, we can drop this stone in. And in looking at the survival kit, you can see that we come with 500 iron ingots, 50 nickel, and 50 silicon, which gives us a pretty solid start, but it's nice to give us an even better start. So we're going to drop the stone in there by double clicking. We're then going to go to the production window, and we're going to tell the survival kit to start processing that stone. To do that, we come over to here to the Ingots tab, select Ingots, and to add this to the queue, you can click it once to add 1, you can control click to do 10, you can shift click to do 100, or you can control shift click to do 1000. I usually queue up just a bunch, knowing that I'm never going to have to worry about it later. These same multipliers, the control for 10, shift for 100, control shift for 1000, work for transferring items between inventories as well, just like the double click does a full stack. When you put stone into your assembler and we process it using the ingots processing, it will produce iron, nickel, and silicon. We need those for a lot of our components, so we're going to need to produce a lot of it, which is why we're going to try and make a bunch of it while we're driving around. In order to make it easier for us to drop our stone and get it processed by the survival kit, there's a little shortcut I'm going to show you, which is Alt, middle mouse, and you need to do that while the back of this survival kit is highlighted, that glowing yellow bit. If I turn away and do it here, nothing. If I do it here, it's going to deposit all possible components. That way I can grab a load of stone and drop it in the back of the survival kit really quite quickly. While digging down to collect stone, you may notice that once you get down to a stone texture like this, you will collect more materials. And that is the case. If you can find stones on the surface or an area that is rocky on the surface, you will get stone more quickly than having to dig through dirt to get it. Put a couple more loads in, and then we're going to go searching for ores. This just means the survival kit can process all this while we're doing our search, which saves us some time later. And drop that load in, and off we go. If I zoom out in third person and look around, what I'm trying to find is any little funny surface marking that looks like a desaturated grey patch. There is one just up ahead of me in amongst the sea of grass there. There's another over here in the sand. I'm going to drive to each of those so that we can get a closer look at what they look like, because these look different on different terrain types. We're going to try and make a bunch of it while we're driving around. In order to make it easier for us to drop our stone and get it processed by the survival kit, there's a little shortcut I'm going to show you, which is Alt, middle mouse, and you need to do that while the back of this survival kit is highlighted, that glowing yellow bit. If I turn away and do it here, nothing. If I do it here, it's going to deposit all possible components. That way I can grab a load of stone and drop it in the back of the survival kit really quite quickly. While digging down to collect stone, you may notice that once you get down to a stone texture like this, you will collect more materials. And that is the case. If you can find stones on the surface or an area that is rocky on the surface, you will get stone more quickly than having to dig through dirt to get it. Put a couple more loads in, and then we're going to go searching for ores. This just means the survival kit can process all this while we're doing our search, which saves us some time later. And drop that load in, and off we go. If I zoom out in third person and look around, what I'm trying to find is any little funny surface marking that looks like a desaturated grey patch. There is one just up ahead of me in amongst the sea of grass there. There's another over here in the sand. I'm going to drive to each of those so that we can get a closer look at what they look like, because these look different on different terrain types. And the grass ones are definitely amongst the hardest to see when you're starting out. In fact, they're hard to see when you're not starting out. They're just hard to see. When we drive near these surface markings, you'll see that your ore detector that's on your rover will start showing these markers on your HUD. You can see I've got silicon and magnesium. This is what we're trying to find. What we're trying to find to begin with is silicon and iron. If we can find those two deposits, we're pretty much set for building our base and getting things going. We've found silicon so far, which is great, but that's not why we're here. We're here to show you what this looks like. And if I zoom out, yeah, you might be able to pick that that's there. If you're struggling to find these markers, you can make it a little bit easier. Go to your graphics settings and turn off grass. And now you can see what the marking looks like much more easily. On the savanna golden yellow grass, it's a pale grey. On the green grass, it's a dark, almost black. And these surface markings can be found all over the planet. On snow, they'll be yellow. On the Mars-like planet, they'll be grey, which is really stark against the orange there. The easiest places, I think, to begin with to learn what these look like are Mars and ice lakes, because you've got much more uniform terrain textures, which makes them much easier to pick out. Now I'm going to turn my grass back on Now that we know that there's silicon and magnesium here, we're just going to drive around a little bit more and see if there's a third, because there are often 3 that you can spot from the surface. 3 different types of ore. And it looks like it's silicon, magnesium, and ice in this one. So now we need to make a little marker so we know what's here and know that we don't need to come back to check this spot. To do that, we're going to press K, go to GPS, go to new from current position. We'll rename this to silicon, magnesium, and ice. Let's drive on to the next one. When driving between these ore markers, it's pretty difficult to roll this rover, but it's not impossible. Cue montage of me showing that it's not impossible. If you can manage to keep the speed under about 30 meters per second, you should be safe on most surfaces. But if it looks like the terrain is particularly rough, maybe best to drive around rather than through. If you do happen to roll and you thought you had a good start going and you destroyed or damaged your survival kit, don't be afraid to press that F5 key or the equivalent on console to quick load, because you're learning. Just give yourself a little save scum. It's fine. If you haven't damaged anything but you're upside down, use the number 9 to override your gyroscope and flip yourself back onto your wheels. So we've come to this deposit and it says it's gold, and you can see when I zoom out that on the sand it's a much easier surface to spot this on. And now to create this GPS I'm going to show you a different technique. We're going to open up the chat window, type /GPS AUAG, and that's going to create that as a GPS marker, AUAG. When you're starting out, I think there are 3 resources that we're looking for. We need to find silicon, we need to find iron, and we need to find cobalt. Cobalt is the only one of those that you absolutely must find in order to progress your game further, but we don't need it this early on. The silicon and iron are going to make it much easier for you to survive and to be able to build up the food processing you need so that you can survive. Now, if I have a look out here, oh, there's another deposit over there. Let's turn down that way and have a look. We've got magnesium. What else is in this one? Nickel. Open a spot, whatever the third one is, hoping it's silicon. There we go, silicon. So let's do that again. /GPS MGSINI. I can see another ore deposit in the distance, so I'll head towards that. And this one has cobalt. It's deep, but it has cobalt. What else has it got? Iron. Perfect. There we go. So we'll go /GPS FE and C. So we know we've got iron, cobalt, magnesium, silicon, nickel, silver, and gold locations marked. There may be locations closer to us than some of the ones we've marked, but for the moment, I think that's pretty good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off one of the ones that's a duplicate that's further away from my current location, and that's this one. Let's turn that off. Now I've only got the ones on my HUD that I need. This means we've now got the resources we need to actually start our base. Choosing a base location, to me, is mostly about where we're going to get the most sunlight. We can see that the sun is going to set roughly in that direction. That means we want to make sure that we're not in a valley where that sun is going to get blocked late in the afternoon or early in the morning. And actually the location of this iron deposit is pretty perfect. So if I build on top of it, I'm also going to be able to mine that iron really easily. So I'm going to just go up the hill a little bit and pick a spot that's still inside this grey area. And then we can start building our base. The survival kit's finished processing all that stone we dug up before. It processes in chunks of 100, so it'll always leave a little bit behind. That's no problem. To be able to start building our base, we can go to the production menu and we can build a few steel plate. There are cheaper ways to do this, but I'm going to show you this method because it gives you the most flexibility starting out, and I think that's helpful. So I'm going to order up 20 of those by control clicking twice. While it's making those, let's start our first little dig. I'm going to do it right at the back of the rover here. I'm going to dig down till I get to that stone using right click. This is terrain deletion mode or terrain clearing mode. with the drill, and it means that I can drill down more deeply, more quickly, because I'm removing more of the voxel at the time, but I'm not getting any resources for it. The reason I'm happy to go deep early here is that this is sand. Sand does not have much stone, and I know I'm going to have to go deep to get the iron anyway. So I may as well drill this hole because it's going to be useful for other things. And oh boy, is the sand deep here. There we go. Starting to see some stone. There it is. So I'm going to grab stone, and while I use the survival kit to manufacture things, I'm going to periodically grab extra loads of stone so that I keep resupplying it with the materials it needs for the new components I'm making. When I'm drilling out these holes so that I can walk out of them, so I don't need to use my jetpack, what I do is I press C, so I'm crouching, and then I hold down right click and move forward all the time, making sure that each time a bit of the voxel clears, I move forward with it, so that I keep drilling at an angle until I can get a nice safe path down. If you find that you've dug too steep, you can usually on your way back up just right click and clear out the path while standing up, and you'll be able to make a nice easier path to walk if you've accidentally made it a bit too steep. We're going to do Alt middle mouse to drop all that in, and then we're going to grab out our 20 steel plate. Now remembering that the sun is setting over there, which means it's going to rise pretty much exactly opposite, what I'm going to do is press G. I'm going to go back to my home menu, and I'm going to put the armor block back on my hotbar. I made sure to grab the one with this little plus symbol because that one includes all these different variants underneath it when I select it on my hotbar. So it's actually giving me 6 blocks on my hotbar, not just 1. So if I select that by pressing 5, I can then use the mouse scroll wheel to change the type of block I'm building with. We want the full block at the moment, and I want to be pretty much square on to that sun so that my algae farms can get the maximum sunlight from dawn until dusk when they're aligned. For those wondering, yes, there are ways to make these track the sun later on, but that's a bit more advanced, so we won't be covering that today. To place our first block, we have it in our hotbar. We make sure that it is slightly embedded in the ground because we want this to be locked to the ground. So I'm going to place the first block there, place a couple more off to the sides, place a little ramp here so that I can walk up onto it, and then down this end, I'm going to make a little tower. I can't get up to this next bit, so I'm going to turn on my jetpack and start flying up. When placing blocks, make sure they snap to the block you're trying to attach them to. Placing a block like this is not attached. Those are not the same grid. That does not count as the same build, so you cannot pass anything between those two without more advanced techniques. So we don't want that. What we want is to have these snap. Like you can see, it's snapping, it's fixed to this. So we're going to build that up about 10 blocks high. Doesn't need to be perfect. Close enough is good enough here. So go up to about there. And then at the top here, I'm going to build something a little bit funny. I'm going to add a block around on each side, except I'm a couple of steel plates short, so let's make some more of those. Control click, make another 10. My hydrogen is now down to 41%. To refill that, we can just hop back in the cockpit and it'll fill back up. Make sure you don't let that drop too low while you're flying up high. You will die. So we'll grab those steel plate, place the remaining 2 blocks. And this tower we're building, that is for our wind turbines, which are going to be our primary power supply here. And wind turbines need to be clear of the ground and structures around them. That's why we built a tower. So we're going to get the survival kit to build us materials for at least 2 of those. Ideally, we're going to start with 3. If we select the wind turbine on our hotbar, we can see the materials that it requires to be built. So we can then go into the production menu and order those up. We have 10 interior plate, we have 8 motors, we have 20 construction components, we have 24 girders, and we have 2 computers. And then at the top, we have another 30 interior plate. Those aren't strictly required for this turbine to be functional. So we're going to kind of cheap out and not make them. So we can see that we have enough materials in our assembler to make all this. So let's order up the batch for the next ones. 10 of these, 20 of those, 4 of these, 8 of these, and 2 of those. And we've still got enough materials, so let's order up enough for another one. If you accidentally order something up over here that you don't want, you can right click on it to delete it, and then just order it up again. This method of ordering up materials is very slow, but I think of this as my fallback method. There are other methods that are much quicker, and I've got a video linked that'll show you how to do all of those. They just have some caveats that are a bit much for when you're starting out. But my plan is to sprinkle them through and gradually build up a much quicker way of doing things as we progress through this series. Or of course, you can go to that other video and just get them right now. So let's have a look at our inventory. We've got our 10 interior plates, motors, construction components, girders and computers, so we can place at least one of these and fully weld it up. So let's go and put one on the top of the tower. You can see those top interior plates are empty, yet our wind turbine is fully working. So let's go and grab the parts for the next one if they've been made as well. Not quite. Since we're waiting for things to be made, let's go drill some stone. We're going to need more resources, so we may as well collect them while we're waiting. Using our alt middle mouse to dump everything, we'll also drop those couple of components we had picked up before. You may also notice that we've stopped producing parts because our processing of the stone is happening first. If you don't want that to be the case, you can actually click and drag that to the end of the queue. And this way, it'll produce all these components before it tries to deal with any of that stone. And now, we can grab the parts for the next wind turbine. I don't want to put the extra interior plate in, so to quickly grab just 10 of those, as I mentioned before, control click to grab 10, we can double click on each of the other stacks to grab the rest. And there we go, we can hop up and we're going to place the next one on one of these little spokes that's sticking out. You might be wondering what's the disadvantage to not putting those interior plate at the top of the wind turbine? Well, it's less durable. The block durability in Space Engineers is defined by the components that are in the block. So these light armor blocks that are just frames, they're very, very weak. If you knocked into them, you could easily break them and knock down your whole wind turbine. Which wouldn't be great, but for the material savings in the early game, it's worth taking that risk. So now that I've got the components for the last wind turbine, I'm going to fly up there and pop it down. Doesn't matter if you place it on this side or this side, you can place it all around. My plan is to actually cover all of these sides with wind turbines eventually. It's a nice compact way to get a quick, stable supply of power. Wind power isn't perfectly stable though. It has its ups and downs, and that's why we want to have a bit of an extra buffer to ensure we can run our refinery and assembler, which is what we're going to build next. So for our refinery, we're going to build a basic refinery. We're going to build this first. The reason we're building this first is because it can refine ores, and the survival kit can't. And ores are going to get us much, much more material, much, much more quickly, which is fantastic. So just like we did for the wind turbines, I'm going to have a look at what the basic refinery requires and go and add 100 steel plate, which is shift click. We're going to add 20 construction components, 10 motors, and 10 computers. You can see now that our iron ingots required compared to available, there's a disparity. We need about an extra 450-ish more iron. So I'm going to need to mine some more stone. And once we have this refinery and we need more iron, we can refine iron. Now, if you'd spent more time drilling while you were searching for ores and less time yapping than I did, you might not have to do quite as many trips as I've had to do while waiting for the materials for the basic refinery. One of the other things that's useful to do while you're driving around is search for food. I didn't spot any, but that's because I was probably blind and they were probably right there staring me in the face. But right now I'm going to show you a few clips of what some of the foods you might find around look like. There's vegetables, grain, mushrooms, and fruit. These are quite handy to find early on because they'll lengthen the amount of time you have before your food bar runs out and before the food supply in your cockpit runs out. Between the kelp crisps and the 100 food you start with, you've got about 2.5 hours before your food will run out, before you need to find another source to go with. Some of those food sources will come to you, and that's why we've got a pistol on our hotbar. Some of them you'll have to find yourself. You might be looking at these build requirements for each of these blocks and being like, why does he know that you only need so much for them? Typically speaking, the top component in the list is not required for functionality for most of these blocks. So you can get away with just the components below that if you want to just get something barely functional. Knowing that I'm going to get enough materials, I'm now going to keep drilling down until I can make a path to that iron. So just like before, I'm crouched down with C, and I'm just moving forward between each time that the drill removes some rock. Trying to line myself up with that iron marker. I'm just going to keep drilling toward it. And of course, sometimes it'll move. A few times. You can either redirect to it each time it moves, just to be sure, or hope that your sense of direction is good enough and you'll be able to head towards the original marker if it was the closest. I tend to not trust myself, so I go towards whichever marker is currently showing. Here we go. And you see some iron ore. Excellent. We'll grab a load of that to take up with me. Switch to left click drilling and holding F so that I pick up stuff as it drops. Now when you're mining ore, you may find, if you look in your inventory, you also pick up a bunch of stone. In this instance, that's not so bad, but if you don't want to keep that stone, you can click and drag it onto this drop item button, or just drag it anywhere outside this window and it'll drop on the ground. You can then go back to picking up ore. I've got some iron ore there I can pick up. I can drill a little bit more and hopefully get just iron ore in my inventory, like so. Since I've got a long way to walk back, I kind of don't want to be carrying stone all that way when I could be carrying something much more useful. Okay, looks like everything's made. Let's drop that iron ore into the cargo here. It doesn't actually go into the survival kit. When we drop it, it's going into the cockpit because the survival kit is connected to the cockpit via conveyors. And the survival kit can't actually hold ores. It has a restricted number of things that it can actually handle. So let's grab all those components out and we'll build our basic refinery. I'm going to build it up on a little bit of a platform here, and I think I'll put it just about there. And switch my welder on one and weld it up. And by building basic refinery, you have unlocked new blocks. What that's talking about is the progression tree. If we bring up our block menu again, you can see that at the top here we have blocks and progression. If we switch to the progression tab, you'll see that there'll be a block like the basic assembler and then a bunch of other blocks that branch off from it. And then there may be some other blocks that branch off from those. In order to unlock a block that's in any of these groups, you have to look at where it branches back to and build that block. So if I build the assembler, it'll then allow me to build lights. If I build lights, they will then allow me to build projectors, and so on. So as another example, if I built the assembler, it's going to allow me to build batteries. By building batteries, it's going to allow me to build beacons. By building beacons, it's going to allow me to build antennas. And by building antennas, I can then build broadcast controllers. So you need to build the block before in the tree. You can use the search bar here, so say I'm like, how do I build a gyroscope? Oh, I can search for it. Gyroscopes are here. So I can look and go, all right, to build a gyroscope, I need to build any sort of cockpit or control seat. So what do I need to be able to build one of those? Well, we scroll back up. Oh, I need to build a landing gear or a mag plate. Okay, that makes sense. With the basic refinery built, I can now pop in the iron ore that I collected, and it's going to refine that into iron at much better rates than what I got from putting stone into the survival kit. So we're going to grab the iron back out of the cockpit, now that we've got somewhere to put it, and drop it into the refinery. You can see how quickly we're getting a lot more iron, which is fantastic, because the next thing we're building is an assembler. So I'm going to grab this iron back out of the basic refinery, double click on that, bring it into my personal inventory, and bring it over here to the survival kit. And then we're going to drop it into the survival kit, and you might at this point be wondering, why didn't I just connect the refinery to the survival kit? Why do I have to ferry this by hand? Well, that's because in Space Engineers, there are two grid sizes. There is small grid, where we work in 50 by 50 by 50 centimeter cubes, and then there is large grid, where we work in 2.5 meter cubes. Large grid and small grid blocks do not connect directly to one another. You need to use special blocks called connectors to link them together. So you can see when I have this basic refinery out, I can't actually get it to snap to my small grid rover at all, but it will happily snap to my large grid building here. When you want to find out if a block has a small or a large grid version, you can press that same number on your hotbar again, and it will say, if there's no availability for the other grid size, large ship basic refinery is not available for a small ship. But if we go to the solar panel, and I click that button, it'll change to the small grid variant. You can tell which one you have selected by looking down on the HUD at the little icons that sit just below the 7 and 8 hotbar slots. You can also tell on the right where it shows what components are. There'll be those same icons just above there when you're looking at the small grid version or the large grid version. You can see them changing as I switch. There's another key you can use to change these, which is R. It will also change between grid sizes. So we've got our basic refinery. Let's order up the parts for our basic assembler. We're going to need to add that to our hotbar. I'm going to remove the basic refinery because I'm not going to be likely to build another one of those terribly soon. And we're going to get our basic assembler, which is under this group with the little plus. So I can drag that onto my hotbar, or I can right click and add that to my hotbar. Then I can scroll away from the assembler because I can't make some of the bits that are required for those, and go to the basic one. We need 60 steel plate, 40 construction components, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 motors, 4 displays, and 80 computers. Once that's all made, we'll have ourselves a basic assembler. But it looks like we need a little bit more iron, so let's go grab some more iron from our basic refinery and pop it into our survival kit. While all these components are being built, I'm going to use my rover and I'm going to go collect some silicon from a little further away. To make sure I know exactly where my base is, I'm first going to create a GPS/GPS home, and I'm going to go to the GPS tab, select that home marker, I'm going to give it a different color. I'm going to make it greenish. That way, that one's always going to highlight to me as different to the other one, so I'll remember where home is and make it much easier to find, especially if you leave a few too many of them up on your HUD. I want to collect a bit of silicon because we're going to need a lot for our algae farms. If you're driving at night, like I am, and you're finding that you can't see much, drive slower, but also park your car, open up your control panel, find the lights, select both of them with control click, and turn up the radius. That's going to give you a bit better visibility. If you're finding that that's a little bit too bright, you can turn down the intensity. Personally, I like it somewhere around 2.5. Then we can drive away, and we can see a little bit more around us. If we drive through some of these bits with the grass, we may even get lucky, and it is kind of luck at night, and spot some food, but no such luck. Aha! I have been alive so long that I have gained a survivor buff. If you ever want to check what your buffs are, as it says on the tooltip up there, press Shift B. This will tell you what your maximum health is, what your welding speed is, grinding, movement, and oxygen consumption. The longer your character stays alive, the better those buffs will get, up to a cap. So, as best as we can, we're going to try not to die. I'm going to dig down here to the silicon, but because I've just made a hole in the ground and I've been driving around with a rover and I'd rather not drive into the hole, I'm going to make a specific GPS for this. So I'm going to go GPS SI mine because I know there's a hole here now. That'll hopefully prevent me from driving straight into the hole, even if I'm driving at night and can't see it. So that's going to give us about 5.5, maybe 5.8 even, thousand silicon ore, which is going to be enough for our purposes for the beginning of our base. And we are home. Don't drive into the hole. So we'll drop this silicon into the refinery so it can start being processed. We'll grab the other bit out of the cockpit as well. This little port on the front is a cargo access as well, so we can use that to access directly to the cockpit. And now we can grab all the components from the survival kit in order to make our basic assembler. With the basic assembler, it has a cargo port on only one side. In order to have the basic assembler able to access the materials from the basic refinery, we want its conveyor port to line up to the conveyor port on the basic refinery. So once we've got it snapping to the refinery, we can see that this is not aligning because we can see the port. So we're going to move it around once and once more and then place it. Once we've welded it up, we can walk around to the front of the basic refinery and check that we have the assembler correctly placed by trying to drag the silicon into its ingots inventory at the top here. These symbols you can see on the inventory slots indicate what type of materials they can hold. They are restricted to certain materials. So this symbol is for ores, this symbol for ingots, this symbol usually means you can put anything there. What I'm going to do now is go back to my survival kit and I'm going to grab out all the materials, the ingots, from it. We'll even grab the gravel for the moment, but because we have no use for gravel right now, I'm going to throw it on the ground. Just throw it away. It's taking up inventory space that we don't need it to occupy. Then we're going to drop all of this in with Alt middle mouse. Now that we've got the basic refinery and assembler built, we can start building our algae farms to ensure that we don't starve, because we're going to need them built before the sun comes up so that we can maximize the amount of food they produce during daytime. So let's have a look. We go to our G menu again. We're going to find our farms, which are just here. If you can't find something easily in this list, just use the text search at the top and we can search for algae. I'm going to drag this onto my hotbar. We're not going to be building solar panels anytime soon, so I'll cover that up and replace it. And we can see that we need quite a lot of stuff to make these. So let's order that up. Just like the other blocks, we don't necessarily need to build that top row of bulletproof glass. You can get away without it. The block will still be functional, it just won't be as durable. And now if we have a look at our production menu, we can see, because we've got a basic assembler, we now have more things that we can make. And that's going to allow us to produce more stuff, particularly batteries. So once we've got these farms made, that's probably going to be our next step. Unlike the survival kit, we don't have all our ingots sitting in the storage of the assembler. Some of them are sitting in the base refinery. So using our required available won't necessarily tell us exactly how much we have, because the assembler only pulls materials as it needs them. You can see this has been red the whole time, but we're still getting more parts. So you may need to have a look at that and be like, okay, there's this much required and available. Let's have a look at my inventory. Oh yeah, I've got enough. Or, oh no, I should probably go down and mine some more iron. So I'll grab the materials for the first of our farms and we'll start placing them out. If we have a look at the algae farm, you can see that it has a conveyor port on the bottom. That's it. We want this to be hooked up to our conveyor system, but we don't need that to be done for it to produce food. What I'm going to do is I'm going to attach this to my tower, but not directly like that. Instead, I'm going to rotate it up like this, leaving myself a full block space underneath to build the conveyors to conveyor it up after I've made the farms. So we'll place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to place 6. I think you can usually get away with 4 static ones, as in ones that aren't tracking the sun. 5 is a bit of safety margin, and 6 is you're going to be fine. So we'll go with 6 just to make sure that if we accidentally destroy some of our food, we still shouldn't starve. When we weld up the algae farm, we will get again that message saying that we have unlocked new blocks. And that's good because the algae isn't edible directly. We're going to have to turn it into food once we've grown the algae. And that'll be done through the food processor, which we just unlocked. Now our production stopped, we've run out of iron, so I'm going to go down and mine some more. Now I just put some iron in here. It's going to get placed after the silicon in the refinery. I don't want the silicon to be processed first. I want the iron to be processed first because I need the iron right now, although it looks like I need both. But if I want the iron to be processed first, I need to drag it to the front of the cube. And then it'll get processed first, and eventually once the iron and stone are done, the silicon will be processed next. One thing worth noting about settling down and me choosing to be on top of an iron deposit. If you've found silicon and it's getting very dark and you're not able to find any more deposits, settle down on the silicon and just mine stone. You'll be able to get enough iron to build what you need. It's just going to take a few more trips. But you should be able to get everything you need if you've found the silicon. The reason I say the silicon is a bit more important is that these require a lot of glass. And you don't get an awful lot of silicon from stone. So I feel like when you're starting out, the iron is less important than the silicon. If we have a look at this first farm, you can see that it requires an input of power, which is significant, and it has a current efficiency level of 0%, with current progress on its next bit of algae of also 0%. These will change once the sun rises in the east. Noting that this consumes a fair bit of power, we might want to have a look at how much power our wind turbines are producing. Each one of these has a max output of 456 kilowatts at the current wind level. And the current wind level is moderate. So we got 456 each. That's pretty good. The reason the current output is not the max is because I'm not pulling that power. I'm not pulling in that much. The refinery is working. It's pulling in 330. The assembler isn't, but it can pull in 280. So at the moment, I'm only pulling in 117. If you have a look at your wind turbines and you notice that the max output is high and the current output is low, and you're wondering why your assembler is still working, you should see your assembler in this list on the left. If it's not there, your wind turbine is not connected to the same blocks, the same grid as your assembler. And this is always something worth checking whenever you think, is this block working? Why isn't it showing up? Check to make sure that it's showing up in the same control panel as the one you think it's connected to. It's a might block. If you find that your rating of the silicon field dies in glass, when you find these components that you need, what you can do is you can go to the inventory, Often the assembler will do this for itself, but sometimes you might need to give it a little kick up the backside to get a move on. My food has just dipped into the red. As that gets lower, I'm going to start noticing some things that might get a bit annoying. The main one being, once it gets low enough, I'm not going to be able to sprint. The more you can sprint, I'm holding down shift. That gets you up to 10 meters a second, which is a little bit faster as you survive longer. But once my food is low enough, it's hitting it. Stop doing that. To get our food back up at the moment, we're going to have to go and start eating into our supplies that we have. May have thought on the front. Crisps. Just move them into our inventory. Once in our inventory, we can right on the consumer. They're thin, crunchy wafers made from processed dough. We're going to right click on one at a time. It will then add 12% to our food. You can also see that my power bar,
Energy critical.
thank you, suit lady, is low. I can either refill that by hopping in the cockpit, or I can walk around to my survival kit and hold down F on this little screen here. That's going to fill up my power, and if this survival kit is connected to an oxygen supply and a hydrogen supply, it'll also refill those. And one thing it will do that the cockpit cannot is it will also refill my health. Say for example, I'm flying and I drop from a little bit too high, or a little bit higher than that. Ow. To refill that, I can go to the survival kit and it will fill up. The cockpit won't do that. So the survival kit has that little advantage to it. And with that, we have all 6 of the algae farms made and ready for sunrise. Now that that's done, let's get a battery on our base to ensure that we have a more stable power supply and give us an option that would be nice for our rover, which is to remove the survival kit and put some cargo in its place. To add a battery, we're going to go to our block menu again, search for battery, grab the one with the little plus symbol. Don't need landing gear at the moment. We're going to build a large grid battery. This is going to require a fair bit of stuff. So let's add that to our build queue. Since batteries are something you probably don't want to have taking damage, we're going to build all of the parts for this one. So that's 80 steel plate, 30 construction components, 80 power cells, and 25 computers. We have a look at our production. We need 600 ingots of iron, 28 silicon wafer, and 53 nickel. How much nickel do we have? Oh good, we have enough. And we should have enough silicon by the time this is processed. What we're short of is the iron. So let's move the iron to the front of the queue and get it processed so that we can get all this built. And then we'll have a battery. The particular positions of the blocks on my base are not set in stone. You don't have to follow it perfectly. The only things that are important here are the positions of these algae farms. The reason I've laid them out in a line from left to right like this. Ah! Interrupt my speech. Get away, doggo. Go. Oh, there's 2 of you? That's not good. Okay, I've dealt with the doggos, and we'll get distracted by them for a second because they carry meat. You may notice when you highlight the dog that it won't show any inventory. You need to click on this little interacted item inventory option. You'll then get 2 or 3 raw mammal meat from each wolf. I'm going to pop these in my cockpit just so we can save them for later, as they are something that we cannot consume raw, but once we build our cooking machine, we'll be able to cook them and use them to supply us with food for a little bit longer. So back to what I was saying about the algae farms. Thank you for interrupting, doggos. I want to make sure that each of these farms does not shade the other. So that's why I made sure that we're looking towards the east. And you can see the sun is starting to lighten up the sky over there. It's going to be pretty much looking straight at the sun, and it'll go straight over the top of them, and then looking at the sun again. This means that these can maximize their production, making our food supply more secure. The reason I bring that up now is that the battery, it doesn't really matter where it goes. I kind of like to put them a bit in the ground or a bit on the floor, just somewhere that feels a bit more secure. So that we can see that power bars, I'm going to place it here and weld it up. It's going to take a few loads to weld up a battery because power cells are bulky. Okay, and all the bits are in, now we have a battery. The reason we want a battery on the base is precisely because wind is not stable. If we have a look at our power situation again, we can look at our wind turbines, and we'll see that their max output is now the same as their current output, because they are putting all of their effort into charging this battery. If wind output were to drop for a while, the battery can then output the power needed for the algae farms to keep them going, but also to the basic assembler and refinery to keep them going. And with a safe power supply on our base, we could, if we wanted to, move our survival kit onto it. But first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a conveyor system to connect all of these algae farms to another food block, which is the food processor. I'm going to drag this down onto my hotbar to replace the algae farm, because as you can see, it's another one of these blocks with the little plus symbol, and under this group, we have the algae farm. So I may as well have just this block on my hotbar instead of the algae farm, because I can just scroll between each of them to get the block that I want. And the food processor has a few different conveyor ports. It has a top, a back, and a bottom. So I could connect this directly to a farm like that. But then this one next to it, I'd need to bring a line of conveyors around to the back of it. So instead of that, I'm just going to build a line of conveyors all the way along the bottom. So let's go to our G menu and let's search for conveyor. It's not there. That's not because I mistyped. That's because under the progression tree, we can see that conveyor requires something I haven't made yet. Oh, I need to make a cargo container. Cool, we can do that. Let's go to our second hotbar. We're pressing Control 2. And let's add a cargo container. So we'll search cargo, grab this one with the plus on it, put it in slot 1. If we look at our cargo container in large grid, you can see that it has quite a long components list, and it includes something we haven't made yet. Metal grids. If we go up to here, and we go to our production window for our basic assembler, we can see what's required to make metal grids. Cobalt. Dogs! Why are you interrupting me so much? Wait. Sit. Oh, I said sit, not play dead. Thanks for bringing some meat, though. Now, where was I? That's right. Metal grids require cobalt. We haven't got any cobalt, but that's not going to stop us unlocking conveyors, because we can change to small grid of these and see that we only need a few interior plate, construction components, computers, motors, and displays, all of which we can make quite easily right now. So we'll make a couple of those. We'll grab those from the assembler. We'll wander over to our rover here, and we'll just slap one on. Doesn't matter where, because we're going to grind it straight off again. Weld it up, and you'll see by building small cargo container, you have unlocked new blocks. Grind it back off, making sure we don't grind our survival kit. If you do accidentally grind your survival kit and take some of the components out, as long as your inventory is not full, they will be in your inventory, which means you can just grab your welder back out, weld it straight back up again, no problems. When you grind down blocks, you get back all of the components, except for batteries. Batteries, you lose the power cells when you grind them down, but the rest of them, you will get back. Now, because the dogs keep fighting me, I'm gonna get my hot back. So now we need to make the parts for conveyors. I'll add those to our hotbar. G, search for conveyor. Now I'm looking again for where those ones with the plus are. And there are 3 options I can see. This one is part of a DLC, so we'll just ignore it for now. This one is a large and small grid type of conveyor. So we're going to right click and add it to our hotbar. This one is a small grid conveyor type only. We're going to add it to our hotbar, but we're probably not going to use it for a while. We'll go back to our large conveyor and have a look at what we need. So in order to connect these up to each other and to the food processor, we're going to need a junction here, but then we can probably use T-pieces for the rest of it, like this. Now I've still got the interior plate that I made for the cargo container in my inventory, which is why I'm able to place these blocks down. We're going to need a lot of parts. I'm not going to bother remembering exactly what. I'm just going to remember that I need a lot. So I'm going to make 200 interior plate. We'll make 200 small steel tubes. We'll make 50 motors. And we'll make, say, 200 construction components as well. We may need a few more when we get to the end. We'll see. Dogs! Oh, I'm on to my last magazine. If you are starting to run low on ammunition, you can get more. For this basic pistol, the ammunition is quite affordable. We go to our production menu and we select our ammunition tab. You can get the S10 pistol magazines. So let's make another 10 of those. I would like them sooner rather than later, just in case another dog shows up, so I'm going to move them to the front of the queue. We can see also that we need 100 nickel ingots. We don't have that much nickel to produce the stuff that I ordered. So we're either going to need to find some nickel mine near here, or just mine a ton of stone. I think let's go to the nickel mine as soon as we've got this ammo. There we go, 10 ammo. Let's go grab just a load of nickel, as that's going to make things a lot easier. Also, I now can't sprint. You can see that my food highlights every time I hit shift, and I get that "you just got the wrong answer" noise. So I'm going to fix that by grabbing more of my kelp crisp and eating some with right click. Let's go to our nickel mine, we'll grab a load, and by the time we get back, I think our algae farms will be growing some algae. Because that sun looks like it's just about to peak over the horizon. So there we go, nickel looks like this. Once you find it, grab a suit load, maybe even the cockpit load as well, just so we don't have to come back here too often. This nickel will supply us with what we need for a while, I think. Look at that, the sun is up. Our algae farms should be happy. And we can take this load of nickel back, and that should be comfortably enough for us to make those conveyors and start building our food processor. Okay, nickel going into refinery, grab the other bits out of the cockpit. And now let's have a look at our algae farms. They've got full 4 green lights because they are fully lit up, and all of them are, which means they're not blocking each other. Let's have a look at what they say in their control panel. We can see that it says current efficiency level 100%. Perfect. That won't be so great when it gets towards the middle of the day, but at least it's good for now. Current progress 7%. Oh, we got efficiency of 103%. Nice. And next output in 3 minutes. If we have a look at our inventory, all of them have some algae in them, which means we've got enough already to produce 1 crisp. But rather than having to collect the algae from each of these individually, which we could do by just going into the inventory here, grabbing it by hand and putting it in the food processor, we are going to build these conveyors first. In an ideal world, I might not have put that deeply underground because it's a bit awkward to get at, but it'll be okay. And by building conveyor, you have unlocked new blocks. We could have a look in the G menu to see what that is. We search for conveyor. I've now unlocked the ability to build collectors, connectors, and other things that are useful like that. But we're not going to use any of those today. And there we go. All the conveyor tubes are done. We can now build our food processor. So we're going to need to make the parts for that. We have a food processor, and now we can go to the production tab, and we'll see that we've got the food processor here. If we go to this drop-down tab, we can change to the basic assembler, change back. On this tab, we have the food items that we can cook. And on this tab, we have the conversion of food items into seeds to grow them later. Now what we want is the cooking page, and we're going to fill up a whole bunch of compounds. Basically, we want these produced whenever there's no algae. So let's just do up 1,000. Control, Shift, it's going to automatically drag the algae from the algae farms into the food processor in order to make those. The inventory of it, you'll see, that's already produced us 3 more. crash the rover, and we've got a rover that's ready for some upgrades, which I will show a variety of in another video, as well as next time upgrading it and heading towards getting some better gear and a much nicer looking base. If you've got any questions you want to ask or any tips you want to share, let me know. Otherwise, I'll be back with another tutorial very soon, and I will see you then.
Ways. It would be a problem if he wasn't right so often.
I am an acquired taste.
G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today we're going to be building a mining ship. That's going to help us take this platform, which is a fairly simple little base with some algae farms, some power generation, a battery, a basic refinery, assembler, and our survival kit moved onto it because it's more secure there than on the rover that I might crash, and make it into something that is a bit more substantial, because it's going to make collecting a lot of resources that much easier. To begin with, we're going to create a platform on which we're going to build this mining ship, and also add some cargo capacity to our base so that we have somewhere to put the ore when we eventually mine it. In order to build a cargo container, what we're going to do is go Control 2 to get to our second hotbar, press G, we'll find the cargo container, which is here, right click to add that to our toolbar. While we're here, we're also going to add a couple of extra blocks. We're going to add the conveyor junction, this one here, the larger one, this smaller one, and the connector, this one here. Our large grid small cargo container has a bunch of components in it that we're going to need, and one of them is metal grids. If we have a look at our production window here, metal grids require cobalt. This is not the only block we're going to build today that requires cobalt, so you must have found cobalt before you can build this ship. I was fortunate enough that the iron deposit that I settled on is also one that contains cobalt, so I dug down deep and got to that. But if you haven't found it yet, you are going to need to find that to be able to build this ship. In order to build our cargo container, we can have a look at the components list and see the component down the bottom, which is interior plate. I'm going to go into my inventory here and find some interior plate, go through here, transfer them to my inventory, and place down this cargo container. Now, instead of manually producing each of the components in that list, I'm going to switch back to my first hotbar, grab my welder, and right on the cargo container. Then you'll see components of it to build the planner. To build planner, we found the go on the blocks menu over here. This is a collection of components that we have added and want to get into our inventory in order to build some blocks. In this case, it's got all the components that are missing from this small cargo container. And now with the cargo container in our build planner, we can go to the conveyor port, this basic refinery, or anywhere else that might have accessible resources, and click with the middle mouse. That's going to draw everything you currently have need, but it will tell you a list of it there of the components we don't currently have. And then to produce those ones, we can shift middle mouse. Have a look at our production window, and you'll see that those have been added to the production queue. So the assembler will make these as soon as it can. Now, I do have some cobalt, but it's not available. Go back to my inventory and see why. It's because the basic refinery is still working on nickel. Different resources require different speeds, so it might take quite some time before we get through this nickel, so I'm going to move the cobalt to the queue so that we can get these parts made now. Once the assembler has finished making all of these parts, we can close this and then press middle mouse again on that conveyor port. And now we will have all components successfully drawn, and we can weld up our small cargo container. If you find that you get partway through building this cargo container and you haven't actually got all the bits, you can't finish it, this conveyor line does not need to be as long as I'm making it. I'm doing that more because it's going to give us plenty of space to make it much clearer of what we're building. I'm going to build this as compact as possible. The conveyor junction block that I've got on my hotbar here, there's a bunch of different blocks available underneath it. So let's bring it up and make sure we've got the large grid, make sure it's snapping, make sure the conveyor ports are aligning. I'm going to bring this out. Blocks, turn in. We've got a block. And then I'm going to switch to a different block. I'm going to switch to the reinforced conveyor tube. I'm going to use these ones. They're fully encased, which means we're going to have a flat surface to our landing pad. But these have a different starting component. You can see at the bottom of the list, there's a steel plate where the other ones are interior. Plate, we'll place those down. We'll also be using the connector. We're going to place it again. I've welded this up because then you can see that this conveyor line has yellow indicator lights. That means that this is powered, but not connected to inventories on both ends of this run of the conveyor line. And that should change to green when our connector is built. And now we're going to build our connector. There are two different sizes of connectors that I'm aware of. One is the standard size, and then it's the small. We're not going to be using a small here, and we want our connector to be able to hook up to our conveyor system and have a connection point facing upwards. Which means we want to get the insect connector. The insect connector has its port on one side, the conveyor port on the top, and on the back. There's nothing on the remaining sides. What we need to do is make sure we align this so that the connection point is up and the conveyor port connects to our conveyor system. So we want to place it here and then weld it up. Once the connector is welded up, you will hopefully see that your conveyor line has gone green, which in this case it has. If you find that your conveyor line has not gone green, then onto the connector, check its control panel and see what blocks are visible. If it's only the insect connector is visible, that means that you've somehow created this as a separate grid, which is quite doable when you're making a large grid, particularly if you accidentally don't snap each block as you're building it to the existing grid, which is even more possible when you change the alignment mode of the blocks by pressing B. So if it's in local grid alignment mode, it is possible sometimes to create a new grid rather than something that is actually part of the main construction that you've started already. Now I'm going to build a bit of a landing pad around here. That bit is not strictly necessary. It is just to make it much clearer what's going on. And now to get started with our mining ship. We're going to be building from this connector. That isn't the only way that you can build small grids. It's just quite a convenient one that also allows us to transfer power to this thing that we're building while we're building it. Another common way to build it would be to go to your block menu, find the landing gear, switch to the small grid version by pressing the number that it is on the hotbar or by pressing R and dropping one of these down. Landing gear when dropped, even before being welded, will lock down to the ground, so you can then build off this as a stable platform. The downsides of building off a landing gear is that you can't transfer power. The upsides of building off a landing gear is that you can do it anywhere. So instead of that landing gear, what we're going to do is we're going to get a connector. Now we need the correct size of connector and we need it in small grid. Because I'm looking at the large grid, it's giving me the large grid version. Let's press R to switch to small grid, and we're going to switch to this connector. What we want to do is place this down with its connection point facing downwards to the connector that's in the floor. To do that, we can rotate this around. We can get this roughly over the top and click. Does not need to be exact. We can make this work even if it's a fair bit off, because we can use the magnets that are in these connectors to align this for us. Weld this up, and as it gets welded up, you'll notice that the lights go from white to yellow. That means that this is ready to lock. If I go into my connector, you'll see that in the control panel, it is the only block in the menu. Once I scroll down and find the lock option, I can lock and be connected to the base. You can see here that the connector is in white, but everything else is in orange. That's because I'm accessing this control panel via the connector. That means that everything else is counted as a subgrid, which means it gets a color. It's all one subgrid, so it's all one color. If you have multiple other subgrids connected, say you've got a miner attached, your hauler attached, your combat ship attached, each of those will have a different color. If you have pistons and rotors and you build them anything like I do, you'll just have a rainbow of colors there. But the blocks on the same grid as the block you have accessed the control panel through will always be white. So now this is locked down, we can start building on it. The next thing we want to build is a cockpit. Control 2, let's add that to our hotbar. But unfortunately, it's not available to us yet, because if we check in the progression tree, to build the cockpit, we need to have built, so these are the cockpits, we need to have built that landing gear that's behind there. That's why I didn't grind it down. So we'll weld that up, and by building landing gear, you have unlocked new blocks. Now we can go back to our block menu, grab our cockpit, right click on it, and it'll enter the first free slot in your hotbar. And we want to place this. Now that we're dealing with small grid, the conveyor system becomes a little bit more complicated. You might have noticed on this connector, there are two different conveyor port sizes. Well, same thing on this cockpit. There's a big one, and there are a couple of small ones. We need to make sure that whenever we're building something where we want the inventory to pass through it, in small grid, you align the correct size of port to the correct size of port. So that means these 3x3 ones, they need to align. So we want this cockpit to be arranged like this. If you rotate it any which way like this, doesn't matter, because the 3x3 faces are still fully aligning. As long as they're fully aligning, that's okay. Same with the small ones, as long as the 1x1 is aligning to a 1x1, doesn't matter if you spin it around like this, as long as you don't do something like this and offset it, because then that won't work. I'm going to place the cockpit on top. We're going to weld that up. I'm going to weld each block as I go because it's easier to demonstrate what's going on if everything's welded up as we go, but you needn't do that. If you want to place out all the blocks and then try and queue up all the components, that's fine as well. This is just something that I found makes it a lot easier to see what's going on. My plan for this ship is to have drills in front of the cockpit and cargo and thrusters and everything else behind the cockpit, because to fly we're going to need a lot of thrust. So let's start with the cargo behind the cockpit. To build a cargo behind the cockpit, let's grab our cargo container and have a look at the options that are available for small grid. We have small, medium, and large.
This RPG game is crazy. In this game, you'll never know what's ahead of you. It may be a hidden boss right around the corner, its level way above you, or a rare pet that you can capture. It can be a mechanism that leads to the dungeon, a chest that contains powerful gears, or a whole cult squad ready to wipe you off. What you can do is get ready for whatever challenge is ahead by recruiting heroes and building a strong team. Lead the way, my lord. A world full of exploration is right ahead of you.
If you have the DLC for it, you'll also have a modular cargo container. In this case, we're going to use a medium cargo container. This has a large port on each end, and it has two small ports, one on each side, with two blank sides that have no ports on them. You might be looking at the back of the cockpit and going, well, that's not going to work. Unless we do it really wonky. And no, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is make it so it can work. If we swap to our second hotbar slot, which is our conveyor junction block group with plus, you can find in that the conveyor converter. This block, the small ports on one side, big on the other, and the four remaining smaller sides each have one small port. So this is going to line up perfectly to the back of the cockpit so that we can convert from the small ports on the cockpit to the large port for the cargo container to ensure that the ore that the drills collect can pass through the cockpit and into this cargo. The conveyor converter has these three ports aligned in a row. You're going to want to make sure that they align with those two ports on the back of the cockpit. To do that, you can use this line on the large conveyor port, because this horizontal line is in the same orientation as the three ports. Place that one there, and place our cargo onto it. Doesn't matter which way you rotate this around with this design, there's nothing that's going to be accessing those side ports anyway. Place that down like that. And then we're going to put the drills on the front. 2 drills is about ideal for this miner. It's about the right width, and also it's about the maximum carrying capacity that the number of thrusters we're going to build can cope with. So we're going to put a small conveyor in the middle. Make sure we've got the one that's got a few ports on each side. You could alternatively use one of the T pieces here, since we're going to be placing the drills each side, but that'll limit what else we can stick onto this conveyor later. So we'll use a conveyor junction there, and then we need to add a drill. When we search for drill, we can see 3 different drills. We can see the DLC drill, we can see the Prototech drill, and we can see the baseline drill. I'm going to use the baseline drill here, and I'm going to stick as much as possible to baseline blocks throughout these tutorials so that everyone can build along with me. But in this case, if you have the DLC, feel free to use it. When you look at the small grid version of the drill, there are 3 conveyor ports, 1 on each side and 1 on the back. If you accidentally look to your base and you get the large grid version, switch back. Now we're going to align this so that one of those side ports goes onto that conveyor junction. One there, and one there. Now this landing gear is probably going to get in the way later, so let's get it out of the way now. And that's going to be our drills. With our drills made, we can now have a closer look at those limitations of the small grid, small conveyor system. So if I go and place some steel plate in this medium cargo container, and maybe my tools as well, and some ammunition, if I go to my drill over here, this should be conveyed up and connected to that cargo container. The cargo container's large port goes to the large port of the conveyor converter. The conveyor converter's small ports go to the small ports of the cockpit. The cockpit's small port goes to this conveyor junction in the front, which then connects to the drills. So if we search for medium cargo, I can grab my tools because they can pass through small conveyor ports. I can grab my ammo, and I could also grab ore if there was any in there, but I cannot grab this steel plate. It will not pass. Similarly, I can't put this interior plate back into there from this drill. Same with the small steel tubes. But I can with motors. There are some components that will pass, but a lot of them will not. If you ever find you're running into problems with your conveyor network, my usual method is just to break it down piece by piece and make sure you can pass things in each bit as you expect, based on the size of the port you're using. The next thing we want to build on this is going to be the batteries, the things that we built that connector for so they can get charged up. So we're going to go to Control 2, search for battery, grab this one with the little plus symbol, add it to our hotbar, and then we're going to put one of these on each side of our cargo container. Making sure when we place this that we align it with the cargo container and that we're using the 3x3x2 sized battery, not the tiny 1x1x1. While building a whole bunch of the tiny batteries is technically an option, it's not a great one as they hold less power for how much mass they have. And now with both of those batteries welded up, we can hop in the cockpit. We're going to select these 2 batteries and set them to a different charge mode. In batteries, you have 3 different charge modes. You have auto, recharge, and discharge. On auto, the battery will take power in from any of the power producers and will deliver power to any of the power consumers. If a battery is set to recharge, it will not deliver power out, it will just take power in, including drawing power from other batteries such as the one on your base. There is an inefficiency in this, however. Whenever you set a battery to recharge and you pull power from another battery, you're losing 20% of the generated charge. On the other hand, you're getting the batteries charged much more quickly, and that's kind of the point of having big batteries on your base. So you can pull from them, fill up the vehicles, and that's exactly what we're doing. So these batteries, Control click to grab both, and set our charge mode to recharge. We have a look at our base battery. It's going to be fully depleted quite quickly, but these are going to be fully charged before it is fully depleted, which is great. You'll also notice that the lights on these batteries are now yellow, indicating that they are on recharge mode. And now we're going to complete the conveyor system on this. When we're mining large drills like this, much like when we're mining without a drill on the ground, there's a tendency to pick up stone while you're collecting ores. Just like I've dumped stone out of my personal inventory to ensure that I don't walk back all the way up my mining hole with some stone that's not working out the ores that I'm collecting. I don't want to bring home stone when I'm aiming to bring home a particular ore, which is much richer in the resources I need. So what we're going to do is set up a system on this that's going to eject that stone automatically. The way we do that is by adding a sorter and an ejector. A sorter can be found under the conveyor blocks here. On small grid there's a 3x3 sized one, as well as a 1x1 sized one here. In this case we're going to use the 3x3 because it'll conveniently fit on the back of our cargo container. When you're looking at a sorter, it is very important you look at the arrows that are on it. You can see in the center of my screen there's this arrow here. That is indicating that the sorter will allow objects to only move in that direction. In this case, that's the correct direction, so place that down. Then we need our ejector. Connectors are our ejectors. And because this is going to have a large port on it, we're going to put another connector, just like that, on there. And that's is going to be our stone ejection system. And with these welded up, we're going to again hop into the control panel. We can either hop into the cockpit to do it, or we can go by the connector here. We're going to find our sorter. What we need to do with it is set up its filtering. The filter mode that's going to be most useful to us is going to be whitelist. So we're going to change that over to whitelist. And then we need to find our filter. In search, type stone, just like that, and click add. And you can see it's now in our active filter list. This means that the sorter will only allow stone to pass through it. Nothing else will pass through it. Then we can rename this connector to injector just to make sure that we don't get confused as to which one is which. An easy way to do that is to access it directly. Press F, go to our control panel, which is going to open on the block that we've accessed the control panel through, which is how we know we're going to be renaming the correct block. So we'll rename that to the injector. So our connector is the one that's facing downward and into the base. The injector is the one that's going to get rid of the stone. We're going to turn this block off, and then we're going to select throw out and collect all. The reason we turn the block off is that if there is any stone in your base, this will pull it through and eject it right now, which we don't want, but we will sort that out later. And with that, we're ready to start adding our thrusters. So let's get our atmospheric thrusters on our hotbar. That's this group here. Right click, and we can now look at the various different types of atmospheric thrusters. There are these large atmospheric thrusters. These are the most power efficient, but they're also quite large, and that can make them difficult to incorporate into builds that are as small as what we're going to make here. But they are the most efficient for converting electricity into thrust. The next one are these regular atmospheric thrusters. These are equally the most inefficient thrusters for converting power into thrust. But we're still going to use them today because their particular shape makes them well suited for certain situations. Then we have our large flat atmospheric thrusters. These come in a couple of different shapes. You've got your D and your regular. These are the second most efficient thrusters for power to thrust. And so we're going to be making good use of them today. Then you've got these little flat atmospheric thrusters. These we're not going to be using anywhere, as you need quite a large area to create much thrust with them, and we're going to be making a ship that's a bit too heavy for these to be used in small numbers. When we're looking at thrusters, it's really important to know which direction they push, because if you put a thruster directly against another block, it will cause damage. In the case of the flat atmospheric thrusters that we're going to use here, you can see which direction they're pushing because that cone points the direction that the thrust exhaust is going to come out. It's that exhaust you're worried about. You don't want to put blocks in front of that exhaust. So for the flat blocks, the exhaust is going left when looked at this way. For this large atmospheric thruster, again, exhaust is going left. And for this small one, exhaust is also going left. So we'll need to be careful to make sure that we're pointing these in the correct direction. At this point, some of you might be wondering about the intake side of these thrusters, and that side doesn't matter at all. There's no need for a specific intake. You can have that completely covered up, as long as the planet you're on has a thick enough atmosphere for these thrusters to work. So let's get that large atmospheric thruster D shape, and we're going to place two of them, one each side of this connector. One down there, and one down here. And now we're going to need to be building underneath this thing here. We're going to need to place blocks under here, which can get a little bit tricky. If you're having significant difficulties getting the blocks to place there, one thing that might make your life easier is just to grind out some of this platform and give yourself more room. When building things that can fly in Space Engineers, if it's within a gravity field, I tend to build 5 directions of thrust. That's thrust to push you upwards, thrust to push you forwards, backwards, left, and right. I don't tend to put things to push you downwards, because that's gravity's job, and that saves you from carrying the thrusters to do that. When you're in space, however, you need 6, because there's no gravity to force you to go down, and it's kind of annoying to stop without. So let's place 1, 2, 3 of these thrusters on the side. Then we're going to place a light armor block in the middle here to ensure that our D-shaped block goes in the right spot. There will be one block there, and we might use these slopes here for a little bit of style. One more, and that's going to give us the attachment D-shaped thruster that we're about to place. There. We'll do the same on the other side. With these regular atmospheric thrusters under here, make sure they are pointed the correct way. You do not want your thrust pointing inward to the ship. That would be bad. So we'll turn it around, make sure they're pointing the correct way. 1, 2, 3 of them. We've got our 4 lifting thrusters. We've now got left and right thrusters. Now we need forward and back. You might have also noticed that these thrusters, they need metal grids. This is the thing you needed cobalt for. We can't build these thrusters without it. Let's get more of these large atmospheric D-shaped thrusters. We're going to place one on each side of this conveyor converter here, making sure that the exhaust is pointing forwards. Now we don't need to worry about the exhaust hitting the drill in this instance because it's not going to go far enough to damage the drill. You don't want them pointing this way. That will destroy your batteries. Now on the back here, we're going to point backwards. We're going to leave this gap. We're going to attach this directly to our ejector. That gap is going to allow us to put a couple of extra side thrusters in, as well as some other little bits and pieces that we might need. We'll place one here, exhaust pointing backwards. Another one here, exhaust pointing backwards. It's at this point that I'll often go, yay, my ship's finished, take off, and then not be able to steer. And that's because thrusters in Space Engineers push directly on the center of mass, no matter their position. They can be placed as far away from the middle of the grid as possible, and they will still push on the center of mass, which means they do not provide any steering at all. So we need something that's going to provide that, and that is provided by gyroscopes. Earlier when we built the cockpit, these were unlocked, so we're going to this time press Control 3. We're going to add gyroscopes to that one. And I'm going to place the gyroscopes on the side of this sorter, right here. One there, and one here. The number of gyroscopes you need for a build is a bit dependent on your own preferences. Whether you like something to turn really, really easily with high sensitivity, or whether you like something to be a bit sluggish so that you're less likely to smash it against your face, or the side of a mine, that sort of thing. Having 2 gyroscopes on this is more to allow us to have enough gyroscope strength to easily move once we've filled this up with ore, because it gets quite heavy. With those gyroscopes placed and welded, we're going to place another 2 atmospheric thrusters on each side, fitting neatly into that gap as deeply as you can place them. 1, 2, making sure the exhaust is pointing outward. Switch it around, exhaust out, 1, 2. Our ship is almost complete. We just have a few extra functions, one of which is kind of critical for a mining ship, which is seeing where the ores are. To see where the ores are from a ship, you need to build an ore detector. So let's grab those, add one to a hotbar. We're going to add it at the back here. It doesn't matter where you put an ore detector on your grid, because ore detectors are omnidirectional. They detect a sphere around them. Small grid ones to 50 meters, large grid ones to 150 meters. So we're going to place it back here. With the ore detector on, we now need to add some lights so that we can see when we're underground. Let's go to our block menu. We're going to grab both the interior light and the spotlight. I like to add interior lights at the front on my drills on either side. One there, one here. Let's spin that around so it looks a bit nicer. By building interior light, you have unlocked new blocks. Conveniently, one of the new blocks we unlocked is something that we're going to build in a second. Rear lights, I think I'll put over one there. These interior lights are more for situational awareness. They'll show you everything in the local area. Their lighting is not properly occluded by blocks, so they'll be able to light through things as well. But to see a bit further ahead of us, we're also probably going to want to have spotlights. I'm going to place 2 spotlights up the top here. I'm going to place a little slope so that they've got something to stick to. One on each side of our reverse thrusters. Grab our spotlight. We're going to place them on the front here. If we look at the spotlight, you can see that there are bars across it. If you want to minimize the impact of those bars in what you can see, place them vertically like this. Because we place one there and one here, they're each going to light the other light's dark areas. Whereas if we place them horizontally, the dark areas will align, and so you'll still have those dark bits there. So with those lights on, let's add 2 more blocks under here. We're going to add the event controller, and we're going to add a beacon. The event controller is for making docking to our base simple. It's going to be a one-click thing to help us dock to our base and have everything behave correctly. The beacon is for if we accidentally fall out of our ship, we can find it again. By building beacon, you have unlocked new blocks. The new blocks we've unlocked are antennas. You could replace this beacon with an antenna. In this instance, the beacon is just here in case we fall out of the ship, or we die, or we starve, suffocate, whatever, that we can still find our way back to the ship. An antenna would be for remotely accessing the ship, costs more power, so we're not going to build that here. The beacon suffices for our particular uses. With those blocks added, the only things left to do are to set this thing up so that the blocks all do what they're supposed to do, test this thing, and then give it a bit of decoration. So let's start with setting these blocks up. First off, let's set up our beacon. Find the beacon in the control panel and For the HUD text, let's give it a name. I'm going to call this Big Ears. And while we're naming things, we can also name this grid. We can go to Info, and we can change the grid name to Big Ears, making sure you click OK to apply the changes to keep that name. I cannot tell you how many times I've forgotten to press that button. So we've named the beacon, let's give this a bit of a flight test. To do that, we need to make sure we turn those batteries back off recharge so they can provide power to the grid when we disconnect. So we'll grab both of these and select auto. This is really important. Do not undock before you've done this with the batteries. When batteries are on recharge, they do not provide power to anything. And that means your ship will fall. Which in my case it will fall, but if you're on a platform, maybe it'll be okay. Then we're going to add to the hotbar of our cockpit the connector. We can add to the hotbar of our cockpit by pressing G, just like we do for our suit. And we find our connector. We can search connector. We have connector, we have ejector, and we have the inset connector. Because we named this ejector earlier, we know exactly which connector we're looking for. It's this one. My habit is to put this on 9, so it's not something I accidentally click in the heat of battle or in the heat of, oh my gosh, I'm about to crash. And we're going to select switch lock. That means whenever we're near the connector, we can switch that lock. So now we can do the test. So we're going to unlock by pressing 9. Now we can try and press space to go up. The ship flies up. One of the important things to do when you're testing anything with thrusters is to make sure you have enough of whatever the thrusters require to work. In this case, it's power. So to test these thrusters, we need to combine the 3 directions of movement that use the most power. So in this case, that's up, combined with one direction, either left or right, and either forward or backwards, because our forward and backwards are equal, and our left and right are equal. So let's go up, forwards, left. Looking in the bottom right of my HUD, you can see that I am maxing out on power. It's at 100%. So these thrusters are trying to pull more power than is available on the ship. We can see by how much by selecting one of our sideways thrusters. So we're going to turn off one of these left thrusters and we'll try it again. So we go left, forward, up. And now you can see that we're at 98, drops to 97%. That happens because as we gain altitude, the thrusters produce less thrust, which means they consume less power, because the power consumption is directly linked to how much thrust they're outputting. So we've got a few too many thrusters for how many batteries we've got. So we could either get rid of a thruster, or we could add an extra battery, or we could accept that it's going to be a bit weird. To keep the number of thrusters we have and to improve the power deficit, I'm going to add 3 little batteries to this ship. I'm going to place one small battery here and another one identically on the other side. And we'll add a 3rd battery here in between the ore detector and the beacon.
I want to build something undeniable. Something iconic.
Anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic in life has had to do some questionable things to get it done. What will you do, Riri?
You've bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. I could chew a lot.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride.
I kind of like to put it this way so that you can see the little high voltage danger sign. Just as a little bit of extra decoration. I would recommend against using too many of these small batteries, as they do not provide as much power per unit of mass as the larger batteries do. But in this case, it should be fine. They do have the same storage to output ratio, so they should run out of charge at the same time as the other batteries, at least once they get to full charge. Because when you build these, they start with less than the big ones do as well. These start at 30%, these start at 25%. So with these batteries added, we are still hitting our maximum, but only until we reach about 700 meters altitude. So we're very, very close to that limit, which honestly to me is kind of ideal. That means we're going to get the most out of our batteries that we possibly can in terms of thrust. So I'm kind of happy with that. Because we've got so many side thrusters, when we're empty, we can actually hover at almost perfectly sideways. Because we've got so much forward and reverse thrust, we can hover, at least while empty, perfectly straight up and down. And now we need to test how this handles with a load. The easiest way to test load on a mining ship is just to go mine stone, because stone has the same density as every other ore. So we'll leave that ejector on the back off, so you can just fill up with stone. And let's go over to one of these stone walls here. We're just going to drill. But how do we drill? Let's add our drills to our hotbar. Press G, and we need to go to tool blocks. We don't want to grab one of these ones. We want to go to the tool blocks tab over here. We want to grab that, because this is going to allow us to have direct control with our mouse or with our controller. You can also add the blocks to your hotbar if you want them to be toggle on and off. But if you want direct control, you need to add it through the tool blocks option. So let's left click to collect. If we right click mine, we will delete the stone, but we actually want to collect it and we want to load up with as much as we can possibly carry. You can know that your ship is full if your drills are full, because your drills will automatically push out whatever they've collected into whatever inventory is available to them. And now they're full. So with them full, we can still go up reasonably quickly, but the amount of tilt we're going to be able to tolerate is going to be less. Looking at the artificial horizon to the right side of our hotbars, we can see how far we might be able to tilt. If I start rolling to the right, we wait to see when I might start getting some acceleration towards the ground, and we can go pretty far. So this is why I wanted to put as many thrusters on as I did. When you're starting out, it's really hard to pilot ships in Space Engineers. It's really difficult. With 6 degrees of freedom, it's very easy to end up upside down when you don't mean to be, especially when you are underground. Practice over time and you will get used to looking at that artificial horizon and keeping yourself level as you spin around, using Q and E to roll yourself back into place. If you find that Q and E aren't moving you very well, like I'm pressing it right now, this is as much as it's doing, you can make it do a little bit more by just moving in another direction at the same time, and it'll roll much more effectively. I would strongly recommend that when you're flying something like this for the first time, to be very comfortable save scumming as you learn how to pilot it, as you learn how to handle it. Don't put yourself through hours of torture repairing it every time you make a small mistake, unless that's really how you like to learn, because to each their own. All right, let's head back towards our base, and before we dock, we're going to set up that event controller that we built. It's a lot easier to set it up when you aren't yet docked, because you don't have all the bases blocks adding to the lists of blocks available to you when you're setting everything up, as well as being in a situation where the blocks are in the correct state that you want them to be in for what the event controller is going to do. So I'm going to open up my control panel with K, and I'm going to make a group of all of the thrusters. So we'll click on the top one, shift click down to there, grab all of those ones. Then I'm going to come down here and find the atmospheric thrusters and control click grab all of them. So that's got all of my thrusters in a group. We're going to call this group Big Ears Thrusters, save. And now you can see that group has appeared at the top of my list. So if I select that group, all of these are selected. We're going to do the same with our batteries. We've got battery 1, battery 2, and then we've got our 3 small batteries. We're going to call these Big Ears Batteries. Click save, and now we've got those 2 groups. With those 2 groups, it's now very easy for us to set up our event controller. Find our event controller in the list, click on it, and then we'll see this menu where we need to find the event. This is what is going to trigger this to do the things it wants to do. So it's going to be waiting for this thing to happen. And the thing we want it to wait for is connector connected. So that's docked to the base. And we want to make sure that it's monitoring the connector, not the ejector. So we'll select the connector and click add blocks. It will then show up in our selected blocks list. We can then go to select actions and we can tell it what to do when it connects to the base and when it disconnects from the base. So we're going to start with our groups, Big Ears batteries. When we connect to the base, it'll be the tick. When we disconnect from the base, it'll be the cross. So when we connect to the base, we want our batteries set to recharge on. When we disconnect from the base, we want our batteries set to auto. Then we can press Ctrl 2 to go to the second hotbar. All of the hotbars are triggered at the same time, and this means we can do something with the thrusters. For the thrusters, we're going to select when we're connected, toggle block off. When we disconnect, toggle block on. This is just a nice habit to get into because it can save you power, but it can also save you issues later when you have more complex connector setups. And we'll go to hotbar 3 and we'll go back to our home group, and we're going to turn our beacon on and off as we disconnect and connect. So as we connect, we want it to toggle off, as we disconnect, we want it to toggle on. Same with our ore detector, toggle block off, toggle block on. You can just right click on them up here and they will fill left to right down here. And our ejector, we can toggle block off when we connect so we don't throw out any stone that might be being refined in the base. And we can toggle back on when we disconnect. So that's the important ones set up. We could also have the lights turning on and off as we disconnect. You could make a group of those. You can set this up however you like. The main things to do are the batteries to make sure they recharge and the ejector so it switches off. So with that, we can now fly down, being careful as we usually are. We can see that this kind of smashed us into the ground. If you don't want your connectors to smash you into the ground like that, you can go in, find your connector, and you can turn down or turn off the strength here. It starts at 0.0150%. I'm going to turn it right off, and then you'll find that there's no magnetism at all, and we can position ourselves waiting for that yellow light, and then click connect. As we connect, our thrusters turn off, our batteries turn to recharge, and our beacon and ore detectors turn off as well. So now it's time for a little bit of decoration and then to go out mining. Decoration wise on mining ships, it's generally a good idea to keep it fairly minimal because the more mass you add, the less ore you can carry. But I kind of want to make it look at least a little bit tidy, so we're going to put a couple of slopes here. I'm going to put a couple of plate across the top here, just so we've got a few color options. And then underneath, a few plate down here just to hide some of these edges. And then on any of the exposed conveyor ports, I like to put these on, these little conveyor caps. So now we need to paint our ship to make it look a little bit more interesting. Bring up a block in hand, press P, and we can select the color. In this case, I'm going to start with a dark gray, and I'm going to leave it in this battered armor skin. And I want to paint this as an undercoat, effectively, over the entire ship. The way we can do that is, with painting, middle mouse does one block, whichever block is highlighted. Control middle mouse does a 3x3x3 cube. Shift middle mouse does a 5x5x5 cube. And Control, Shift, middle mouse does the entire grid. Be careful doing that key combination because you may undo some painting that you really didn't mean to undo. But with that laid down, we can now go and grab some of these colors from our rover. I'm going to grab this yellow, and to do that, I have a block in hand looking at the yellow blocks, and then I press Shift P, and that will grab the color. One thing I like to do with these conveyor caps is to paint them a different color than the block that they are attached to. So let's grab our gray back, Shift P, and we'll color that the gray, and that the gray, as I find it breaks up the monotony of the color in some of the blocks really quite nicely. Grab some of this white, Shift P again, and do this down the midline, so there's a bit more contrast going on. Clicking with middle mouse for each block I want to paint. Maybe paint these lights as well, and I think that will pretty much do us. That gives us a fairly high contrast paint job, and I'm pretty happy with it. High contrast being good for something that's construction or mining focused. So with that, we have a fully functional mining ship. Let's go dig something up. Disconnect from the base. Everything just works. And we start ejecting the stone that hadn't yet been processed by the refinery. Let's go collect ourselves some nickel. So this is our nickel mine that we started before. Now obviously we're not going to fit down the hole that's been drilled so far, but we can quite easily make a hole that is comfortably big enough to accommodate this ship. The way we do that is to right-click mine and clear a nice large area so that we can reach down to the ore we're trying to get to, making sure as we move around that we keep fairly level. Now obviously our ship is quite capable of being very upright, but the more upright you go, the more likely you are to accidentally go beyond upright and start tipping over. Because if we're like this, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh, I can just get that bit, can't I? And then we're upside down. That's not ideal. I got lucky, I haven't broken anything, so I should be able to use my gyroscopes to flip myself over. But if you get unlucky and you do break something, it's not good. That's a quick load. I'm going to keep using my terrain clearing mode for my drills to clear out a nice open area so that I don't have to fly and risk crashing into things all the time. And you can see that nickel's now exposed. I don't have to tilt down too far to left click mine and start collecting it. Because my ejector is on, you should start seeing some stone coming out the back as it clears that out of my inventory automatically as we're drilling out nickel, which is the thing we actually want. We just keep mining, check our drills from time to time, see if they're full. We can also have a look at our mass on the right-hand side, because our mass will indicate whether we are full. And it looks like we're full at about 58 tons. Have a look now. Drills are completely full of nickel, and we are at 57,932. So if we hit that level, we are full. There are ways to set up other detection systems, such as using event controllers to detect when cargoes are full and then turn on a light that you can use to detect things. But honestly, with something that we can completely fill and safely completely fill, mass tends to work just fine for me. Now, when we're coming back home fully loaded up, be very careful on your approach. Any little collisions here are much more likely to break something. I mean, at least if you break something, you're at home, so it's easy to repair it. We can come down here, gently does it. Try and align those connectors. If you're having trouble aligning these connectors, there's something else you can add. I don't tend to use these much, but a lot of people do find them to be useful, and that is a camera for docking. Go to your G menu, search for camera, add it to your hotbar, and let's go and grab the parts for that. And while the ship's hovering, it gives me enough room to place one of these on next to the connector. So we might replace this block here and put our camera right on there. With cameras, the camera text indicates where top of the camera will be. I personally would prefer top to be forwards, so I'm going to place it that way around. Hold it up and go back into our cockpit, press G, find our camera. I'm going to drag it down to 8 so it's next to my connector so I know it's for docking. And I'm going to select view and then press 8. We are now looking through that camera. You can zoom in and out with your mouse wheel, but we can see at the bottom our connector. And while I'm trying to align this, worth noting that if you want to get out of your camera view, you press F. Don't press it twice, you'll get out of your cockpit. And then you can see on my hotbar, that connector now says ready to. That's ready to lock. So I can lock and we're docked to the base. When we return from our mining trip, we will have a bunch of nickel in our ship, some of which will be automatically pulled by the refinery to start working on. But it won't pull all of the ore. We are going to have to manually transfer some of it out to ensure that our ship is empty. A relatively straightforward way to do this is to select show only inventories of the current ship on this side while I'm sitting in the cockpit of this ship, and then find our cargo. So I'll search cargo, and we can see small cargo container is in orange, and then we can drag any of the ores that we find on this side into that small cargo container. In fact, we can also offload a lot of these components too. We don't need them being stored on the ship either. But you will have to manually offload this ship unless you set up some sort of system on the base, perhaps using a sorter like we did to move the stone out. We could use something to move ores in. You could set up a sorter on the base to drag everything out if you want to as well. Some of you might be wondering at this point, or were wondering earlier, why didn't I hang the drills underneath the ship and just drill straight down? After all, the ores are down. If we have a look down in this large hole that I just made, ore deposits are like a large pancake spread just under the surface. This iron ore deposit here is probably one of the thicker deposits you're going to find. If I would have digged down from the surface and grabbed that iron, I'd probably be able to get through that thickness, then I'd have to go back up to the surface, move across, dig back down. But with a horizontally oriented miner like we've built, we can dig a single tunnel down to it, start at the edge, and work our way in. Larger miners can absolutely work efficiently as a plunge style, but little ones, I've always felt that these miners are a much better solution for the early stage, with the late stage being more up to personal preference. With that large load of nickel delivered, and the confidence that we can go out and collect large loads of other materials, it's time to start thinking about expanding our base, and getting full refinery, full assembler, and starting to actually give this thing some style. Alongside that video, I'm going to be looking at some ways that we can optimize our rover in the early stages and also expand it in a variety of ways. If you've got any extra questions, please let me know in the comments and I'll do my best to answer. But I'll be back with more of this very soon, and I'll see you then. G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today we're going to be taking a look at our starter rover and some things we can do to make the starting process a bit quicker. Maybe not a bit easier, but definitely a bit quicker, so that we can get going with our initial base on a planet start with a little bit more speed. The first thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to open up my G menu and I'm going to change this from park and switch it over to handbrake. The reason we do this is because then we have a specific control doing a specific thing rather than P or park, which does everything. It does your wheels, it does your landing gear, it does your mag plates, it does your connectors, it does the whole lot at once. And it can drop things off when you really don't want them to. And now we're going to add a drill to our vehicle. We're not going to do any hand mining before we build this drill. We can actually make it entirely from stuff we start with. If you have a look in our survival kit, you actually begin with 500 kilos of iron, 50 nickel, and 50 silicon. With those, we can make what we need. If you're playing with progression, we can check in the progression tree and search for drill, and you'll see that the first bit it appears in is this group here. This group here is unlocked with the basic refinery. Now the basic refinery is expensive. That we cannot make from those materials that we started with. But that's not the only place in the progression tree that drills show up. Drills also show up down here. This means we can build a mag plate, use our cockpit, and unlock drills. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we go to our production menu, we're going to build a single steel plate, a single motor, and a single construction component, because that's all we need to weld up a mag plate. Pop those in our inventory. You should start with your landing gear on number 9, place down a mag plate on the back. Doesn't matter how you orientate it, because we're going to remove this as soon as we've built it, and weld it up. By building mag plate, you have unlocked new blocks. Grind it off again. Now, we need to do the cockpit. For the cockpit, all we need to do, because this is now a block we can build, we can grind this down below the functional hack line, making sure we get right down beneath it, but not removing the block entirely, and then weld it back up above that line again. And that will act as though we built it fresh. By building cockpit, you have unlocked new blocks. Now, we can make the drill. Go to our second hotbar, go and grab drill. So that's under this tools group here, so I'll pop that on my hotbar. We've our drill. I'm going to walk around to my survival kit, and I'm going to middle mouse on that, which adds it to my build planner as long as the build planner is empty. Then press shift, middle mouse to put it into production. And you'll see that pretty much all the components go into production and that we have enough materials for them. The things that didn't go into production are those 4 large steel tubes. Good news is, this rover comes with some spare large steel tubes in a few places. Each of these top piston parts, just behind the front wheels and just in front of the rear wheels, contains 2 large steel tubes. So does the spare tire underneath. It contains 3. So there's at least 11 large steel tubes that we can reclaim from various spots on the rover. So we'll grab 4 of those because we need 4 for the drills. Wait till this production's finished. And then while this production's finishing, we'll remove these 2 lights from the front, because we're going to put the drill directly onto the cockpit. Middle mouse to grab everything. It'll say we can't withdraw 4 large steel tubes because we're not going to be able to manufacture those while we're just driving around. Go to our G menu, right click on that to remove it from your build planner. Now we add our drill on front. I think I'm going to leave it in the grey because it matches the wheels and such. I think that'll look nice. Let's weld this up. And now we have a drill on the front, and we have not pulled out our hand drill once. Hop in the cockpit, and we're going to add this to our hotbar. We're going to go with 2 options. We're going to have toggle on off for the block. We're also going to add the tool mode option. So tool blocks, we'll add that to the second slot. If we've got the tool block mode selected on number 2, that means our mouse can control this and we can turn it on and off just by clicking. If we use the second mode, we can just tap 4 and it will stay on and it will start collecting resources for us. You can see now that we've started collecting stone, and that means we can get our survival kit to start processing it. So we go to our production tree, go to our ingots menu, and we're going to just queue up a lot. I control shift clicks 10 times there to queue up 10,000, which means it'll just basically produce as long as I keep supplying it with stone. And now you can just drive around, minding you don't get too deeply stuck in any of your own potholes, and collect stone while we're searching for our nearby ore deposits. I can see one at the top of that hill there, so I can just drive over there. I'm collecting stone, I'm doing multiple things, and this is going to make you start a fair bit quicker because we don't have to drill through the dirt by hand. One downside of removing the lights to place this is that if it gets dark, you don't have lights, and unfortunately lights are behind the assembler on the progression tree. If that worries you, what you can do is you can actually place a single conveyor or a single cargo container between the drill and the cockpit, leaving the lights in place, which means they'll still work. Alternatively, just make sure your suit lights are on before you hop in the cockpit, and the suit lights will shine out through the cockpit window. As you drive around with the rover with the drill on, you may find that it starts to get quite heavy. We're up to 22 tons already, as the drill can collect materials faster than the survival kit can process it. If you come across some bigger, steeper hills, a bit steeper than what I'm dealing with here, you may find that the rover starts to struggle. In fact, it's even starting to struggle on this slope, which means we probably want more power. We can do that by either going to our wheels and increasing the amount of power available to them, because they are set fairly low, but we can also improve this rover by adding extra wheels and adding extra cargo storage. So let's turn our drill off and we're going to add that extra cargo. To add some extra cargo, I'm going to go and find the cargo containers in the G menu, add them to my hotbar. We're going to get the medium cargo container, same as before, with our empty build planner, middle mouse, shift middle mouse, put it into production, and you'll see that the stone is being processed first. We're going to move that to the end of the queue so that all these parts get made first, and we'll get this cargo container made soon. While that's being made, let's find some slightly flatter ground, because doing the next bit on a hill is tricky. You want flat ground, because what we're going to do is we're going to basically lift up the back end so that we can put an extra set of wheels back there. You might notice while driving downhill that occasionally my back wheels are lifting off the ground, and that's because the weight distribution here is really bad too. And that's what the cargo container is going to help as well. It's not just going to give me more cargo, it's going to give me a better balance of cargo so that I'm not super nose heavy. So that medium cargo container of stuff should be made. Let's grab all that out, add it to the back, shift P to match the color, because it's nice. Weld it up. Then by building medium cargo container, you've unlocked new blocks. We now have the ability to build conveyors, which means since we can build conveyors, as you can see here, we can find one of these conveyors on the truck, grab out our grinder and carefully grind it below its functional line and weld it back up. Which means now, by doing that, we have unlocked the ability to make connectors. So we'll add the connector to our hotbar, just as before, empty build planner, middle mouse, shift middle mouse, put it into production. Now it's going to say one component could not be put into production, and that's our small steel tubes. Good news is, we have access to those on this rover as well. And that's from the ladder. We don't really need this ladder for much, so we can grab the 10 small steel tubes out of that. If you've damaged your ladder, you can get a small steel tube from the parachute hatch. You can also get one from the antenna if you're daring enough to get rid of that. And lastly, the oxygen tank. If you're on an oxygen-rich planet, you may not need this oxygen tank, so you can steal the small steel tubes or even the large steel tubes from this too. But we're going to take it from the ladder. Before we get rid of the ladder though, I do want to show one quick little thing that's kind of handy about it. If you press F on the ladder and then press F again, you end up standing on top of your rover. This can be kind of handy if a wolf happens to be biting on your backside and you haven't yet put your pistol on your hotbar. Because you can jump up the top here and that gets you away from the wolves. That gives you time to hop in the cockpit, grab your pistol out, hop back out, which will put you back up top because you get out of a cockpit wherever you get in. And that means you have the time to put it on your hotbar, get ready, deal with the wolf, and then get back to what you were doing. And the time it took me to explain that, the connector is ready.
Energy
So let's
low.
pop that on the back here, weld it up, grind those small steel tubes out of our ladder, and then just like before, remove this from our build planner, weld up the connector. Now we have a whole lot more storage. But balance is off, so we're going to add those extra wheels that we talked about. Go to our production menu, we're going to need a few steel plates, so I'm just going to make 10. Hop in our cockpit, and we're going to find our wheels. So search wheels, and we're going to get our front 2 wheels. We're going to grab these, and we're going to change the height offset. By default, it's minus 30 centimeters. What we want to do is move it all the way to 26. If, like me, you left the drill on while you parked, the drill is going to be able to go deeper into the ground, raising up the back end even more. So that gives us a nice raised underside, so we can grab out that steel plate, hop under here, and put it underneath the rover. I'm going to press Shift P on these grey bits down here so that our underside's coloured the same. And just in front of the connector here, I'm going to put a couple of slope blocks like that, and then I'm going to add wheels to my hotbar. Bring out the wheel block, and with the mouse scroll wheel, scroll until you find the short wheel suspension 3x3, left or right, depending on which one you're starting with. Now, it doesn't matter whether you use the left or the right on the left or the right, it is a purely graphical thing only. What it changes is the direction this tread pattern goes in, so that we can have a mirrored tread pattern on each side of the rover. Everything else functional wise, it does not matter. So we're going to put the left on the left, because even though it doesn't matter, it looks nicer. And the right 3x3 short suspension. With the short suspensions, look at the ones that are existing and match to them, because you don't want to place it upside down, as the wheel will then go up, which isn't really helpful. So we want to make sure that that curved part on the suspension mount is on the bottom. If you get really, really close when you're trying to place that, you can see that there's an energy source label which has lettering on it. That can tell you exactly which way around this should be, because the lettering should always be upright. But don't place it while you're here, because then the wheel won't place. Stand back a bit and place it. If you do happen to place the suspension and block the wheel from getting placed, either grind it off and place it again, or if you're struggling to place it without being in the way of the wheel, there is another method you can use. What you need to do is weld up the suspension, then hop in your cockpit, find that suspension, and click Add Wheel. And now we've got the wheel. With these wheels, we're going to make further use of the extra large steel tubes that are on the rover, because we need 3 for this side and 3 for this side. So we'll find our other top piston parts, the ones on this side I haven't harvested yet, and we'll grab our spare wheels ones as well. Weld up what we've got in hand, and then, with our build planner empty, right click, and right click on all 3 of the unbuilt blocks, shift middle mouse, and get those into production. And it'll build the rest of the parts we need. Once everything's made, grab it out, weld it up, and with those set up, we can now fix our wheel settings. Hop in the cockpit. First up, let's fix the wheels that we've got dropped down at the front. So grab our front ones again, control click to grab the both. Change our wheel height offset to its lowest. The default wheel settings are a bit different to the default Spawn Rover's wheel settings, and we're going to unify them all to make things a bit simpler. To do that, what we're going to do, grab all of them, and any value we change now will change all of the wheels at once and move them to this new value. So we're going to change the strength. We're going to increase that to about 14% on all of them. If you want to get this exact, control click on the slider and you can enter a value. A height offset, we can just scrub down and then scrub back up. Speed limit, I would say we probably don't want it any higher than 180, but let's go to 120 to keep it down a little bit slower so that we hopefully don't end up face planting that drill into the ground. Power, you can do whatever you like. You can adjust this as you need to, but I would scrub this a little bit and maybe we'll drop it, meet somewhere in between the defaults and what we've got, and have 50%. But now our rover looks like this. We've got a 6-wheeler with a lot more cargo space, which means we can turn our drill on and we can drive. With all this extra power, it may be a bit easier to roll, but it'll also be a lot easier to accidentally hit this into the ground if you go through a dip, because that nose sticks out quite a long way from our front wheels. If you decided that you wanted to drive this even more aggressively, what we could do is we could widen the wheelbase. The way I would do that is making sure that I've got no stone in the inventory anywhere, because that's going to be heavy. We'll let that process, and then we're going to try and use our gyroscope to roll us over, and we're going to replace our wheels. So on number 9 on your hotbar, you have your gyro rollover. If you accidentally flip your rover in the early game, you can use this to right your rover, but you can also use it to replace the wheels. Press 9, the rover should, as long as you don't have a whole lot of stone in here, be able to roll over, get onto its roof, and balance on that ladder, like so. Take each one of these out, and instead of the short 3x3, we're going to get the regular 3x3. The regular wheel suspension is quite a bit larger, and these wheels are going to stick out a lot further. To see which way up these need to go, you need to look for that elbow that's currently at the top, and that should be at the top. So when we put this on the rover, I need to flip that around so that's like that. We have a wheel on there, and then we'll put our right side one, like so. Weld these up. If you run out of hydrogen while you're flying around doing this, just hop back in the cockpit, or refill. One of the downsides of doing this upgrade is it does cost a bit of materials, because these do cost a little bit more in terms of resources. So we'll need to produce the extra bits for that wheel and for when we do the rear wheels as well. So I've added them to my build planner, and I know that I'm going to need 3 times this much, so I'm going to go shift middle mouse, 1, 2, 3 times. If you have a look at that production queue, you can see that that's put it in 3 times. Then once you've got them all welded up, we can hop back in our cockpit and use our gyroscope override to roll us back over. Now, if you are too heavy, it is possible that you won't be able to roll back over because you've now widened the lever that the gyroscope is going to have to push against. So if that's the case, you can either grab some of the stuff out of your inventory and put it into your personal inventory to try and lighten the load, or you can go into the gyroscope settings, and while override is active, you can alter the strength of the yaw override. So we can increase this up, and as it gets higher in RPM, it does provide more torque, eventually, hopefully, overcoming the position. But you're going to need to be careful, because if you don't turn that off quickly, you might end up in this sort of situation, where the thing just keeps rolling and oh, we just smashed something. Let's go back to before that happened. But now we have a wide wheelbase with 6-wheel drive and 6-wheel steering, which we don't really want. So we're going to change that. At the very least, we want the middle wheels to not steer. So to do that, we need to find out which ones are the middle wheels. I'm going to guess that it's going to be left 2 and right 2. Turn off steering on those, and then steer. And I got it right, first time. Sweet. From my test driving this around, I've actually liked leaving steer on that rear wheel set. It's been kind of handy, as it gives this thing a much tighter turning circle, while still being fairly stable in a turn at speed, especially once you've upgraded to the wider wheels. The wider wheel upgrade, not necessary, but it does have some advantages for rollover. The thing it doesn't have an advantage for is, if we have a look underneath our rover, it's now a lot easier for us to hit the middle of the rover if we end up on a ridge line. So do keep that in mind while driving around if you've switched out the short wheel suspensions for the wide, because it does have its costs as well as its benefits. Now, I didn't change my wheel settings yet, so what we need to do is hop in here, and particularly once we start drilling, we need this strength to be higher, so let's put this up to 14 like we had it before. We're good to go. And with that, we can just drive around with our drill on, collecting materials. We might also want to produce some stuff though. So using Build Planner, we can actually plan most of the important parts for our base. Press G, find our Build Planner, get rid of the stuff that's in there if there's anything in there. And we want to get our basic refinery. If you press middle mouse on this and it's not adding to your Build Planner, it may be that you're currently set on small grid. Click on our large grid button here, then middle mouse, and we'll add that to Build Planner. Middle mouse on the basic assembler, and then we're going to middle mouse on the wind turbine. I'd say 3 times, so we've got 3 of those queued up. The other parts that we kind of want to start a new base are going to be mainly armor blocks, so I'll fill up the remaining 3 slots of our Build Planner with 3 more light armor blocks. Doesn't matter which ones, I'm just using the full ones to maximize the number of steel plate that are going to get queued up. And with that in our Build Planner, we can walk around to our cargo access at the back, press Shift middle mouse, and that'll put all those components into production. All of them are queued up now. Because we're going to be collecting stone as we drive around, we're going to move the stone all the way to the back of the list, and that means components will get produced from the materials we have, and as soon as they run out, then the stone will get processed. And then once enough stone's processed, the next component will be made. We need about another 2,000 iron ingots. So we could be driving around for a little while, but at least we're not hand drilling. And we're able to multitask because driving, mining, producing, and scanning. Although driving and scanning are kind of the same thing, but it's fine. And it won't be long before you've then got your platform all set up and ready to go. And this opens up a few other opportunities to us. The first of which is securing our respawn point by moving our survival kit onto our base. Once you've removed the survival kit, this opens up the opportunity of replacing it with cargo, because a medium cargo container fits in there quite nicely. To do that, we're going to need to create a connection between the cockpit and the medium cargo though. Because the medium cargo container has these 2 big ports on the end. We could put it sideways, but then we can't put a connector on there easily, so we may as well deal with this issue right now. We can use a conveyor converter, which is under this conveyor junction group here, or we can use an O2H2 generator, which is just here. The O2H2 generator has these 2 ports on it, and the large port on one end, so those 2 ports will line up to the ones we've got in front of us. The conveyor converter similarly has 3 of these ports, which will line up nicely. Both the conveyor converter and the O2H2 generator have their large port horizontal bars aligned with the 2 or 3 ports on the opposing side. So you know which way it's orientated by the bars in that large port. So we can place our conveyor converter, our medium cargo, and then our connector on there. And with this, we've got a fairly simple little conversion of our rover from spawn rover to light cargo rover. More of an exploration thing, so you'd be able to bring home a couple of suitfuls of ore if you find something particularly handy while you're out searching. Because once you've got a base established and you're using iron, you probably don't need to have this drill on the front anymore. Though, it could be quite handy to have that constant production of resources, I suppose. The main reason that I particularly like using the conveyor converter and cargo container is that these fit perfectly in the same space as the survival kit. So if we have our rover over here, and we're worried, well, this thing's going to be driving around at reasonable speeds, and we don't really want to lose our one respawn point, we can move our survival kit over to the base and replace it in place without doing any other changes. Of course, if you're going to do that, do make sure you don't just cut the survival kit out. And I'll show you why. There is some preparation you need to do before then, because otherwise that happens. If you do something like this and you don't want to have to deal with it, this is another option. F5, quick load. Beware, it's only every 5 minutes, so you may undo more work than you're actually saving yourself. But to make sure that doesn't happen, we need to make sure that there's connection between the blocks in front of the survival kit and the blocks behind it. So that's this medium cargo container connected to anything around these suspensions. One nice thing we could do is try and match some of the design elements that are there, and we can do that by grabbing this block and putting something like these in between our suspensions, as that's now linked those two wheels. We can do it on the other side, but it only really has to be on one side for this to work. We just need to make sure that connection is maintained before we grind out the survival kit. So with those in place, we can now grind this out, and it won't drop our back end on the ground. Ta-da! Of course, anything you had in the survival kit will drop as these temporary containers, which we can then shuffle over either to the cargo next to us or over to the base. And once they're cleared out, you can put in your conveyor converter and your cargo container, and your mining rover becomes a little bit more capable in terms of storage. One thing to note about calling this a mining rover is it's really just a surface scratcher. It doesn't really mine. There are some things on the surface though that you can find that it can mine and do an okay job of, which are these boulders and boulders like it. If you find a boulder like this in the wild, it will usually contain rock and an ore. Sometimes it will just be rock, but usually be rock and an ore. So you can use this mining rover to actually mine an okay amount of a resource other than stone, but you're not going to be able to use it to mine anything deep, so you're still going to be doing that by hand if you need to collect something from underground. At least until you use this to collect enough resources that you can just go and build a flying miner and do so really quite quickly. The next thing I'm going to show you is something kind of fun to do with this rover, which is to turn it into something that can fly. The design for this is based off something that I saw Aragath had done, which is very cool. He's the one who actually designed this rover. And what we're going to do is remove those little slopes. We're going to add some thrusters. Now, I don't have access to Cobalt yet in this save, so we're going to enable creative mode tools in the Alt F10 menu. This is a great way to build in creative, by the way, is to use a survival save, enable creative mode tools, and then you can build with creative mode tools, but with survival constraints on the builds themselves, which means you know that they're going to work in survival. We then find our atmospheric thruster D shape. We're going to pop that there, and the rover's going to start to try and get away from you. And if you're not quick enough, it will also flip itself over. This will happen whether you weld it up or whether you place it in creative mode. So we then hop in the cockpit and we press Z to turn off our dampeners. We then should be able to roll ourselves back onto our wheels with our gyroscope override. There we go, turn it off once we're the right way up. And now when we build the next one, that shouldn't happen. Again, removing these little slopes, careful not to grind the battery. That's going to give us our lift. Then we're going to need our side thrust. So I'm going to replace this block on the side here with a thruster. One in there, one in there. That's not an awful lot of thrust, so I'm going to add a few more. I'm going to go and place a D-shaped one here where that piston head is, and same on here where that piston head is. And that gives us a bit of lateral thrust. We'll do that on both sides. And then the simplest thing to do from here is just to stick a thruster going backwards like this, which should be safe because we've got 2 blocks in front of it before it gets to that auto detector. And then maybe if we like going fast or we like the look of going fast, 1 each on the sides like that. And then you can add a little bit of armor shaping around here to try and add a little bit of interest back there. There are some quite cool tailplane sort of designs you can do, particularly if you have the DLC for the truss pillar, as it fits quite nicely on here and then allows you to use plates to create some interesting designs there. But we'll stick with pure base game here. I think that looks decent enough. So we'll hop in, turn our dampeners on, and we can now fly. One of the nice things about having wheels on something that flies is that it allows you to have a much, much rougher landing and come out of it okay. One of the things you may find is that once you land, you go, oh, let's land, let's turn dampeners off, drive around, Oh no, I'm about to come to the edge of a cliff. I need to stop. Oh no! And you take off because you press space. So I would suggest, if you're going to fly around with something that has wheels, that you also have a thruster group on your hotbar. So we go into K, we search for thruster, we grab everything with Control A, and call this rover thrusters. Click save. We can then press G, find our groups. It'll be our only group here. And we can have toggle block on off. And that's going to turn all of our thrusters off, allowing us to drive around normally and use our brake normally as well. Obviously, this variant could also be done without the survival kit on there and could have a cargo container and a connector. You could do a similar thing with that. If you've managed to find any other ways to upgrade these rovers that you find particularly useful, I'd love to know about them. We're still fairly early on in having these things, so I'm sure there are some that I haven't thought of yet. And I'll be back with more tutorials and a whole bunch of other stuff very soon, so I'll see you then.
Arena Breakout's PC version is out. Let's take a look. The game uses a true-to-life graphics, so it's hard to tell if it's a game or real life. It also has a realistic weapon system and highly customizable gunsmithing, so a single gun can be used in many different ways. Only 3 maps are currently available: Farm, Valley, and Armory. They're basically identical to the mobile game. If you don't feel like turning on the computer, but still want to get the hang of these maps, play the game on mobile instead. Do that, and you'll also get to preview the future PC content. Come on, give it a shot!
G'day and welcome back for another Space Engineers tutorial. Today we're going to be taking this ramshackle collection of blocks and turning it into something that resembles an actual base. We're going to be doing a bunch of things to make this feel like it's a real place that we want to come back to. We're going to be building upon this platform that was built in the first tutorial and utilizing the resources that were collected with the mining ship that was built in the second tutorial. Because this is going to involve the building of a fair amount of stuff, we're going to be doing a fair bit of welding and maybe even a fair bit of grinding. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to upgrade my tools. At the moment, we are equipped with the most basic of tools, and we can get some slightly better ones using the basic assembler. To do that, what we need to do is transfer our tools into the inventory, because if we look at the production menu and go to our tools tab, you'll see that these enhanced grinder, enhanced drill, and enhanced welder require the tool itself and some cobalt. Order up one of each of those. And using the cobalt we previously collected, it'll produce those. Let's grab them out of the assembler, and we'll put them on our hotbar. Right click to clear the old tools off those first 3 slots, then click character tools on the left, and we can add these back with right click into those same 3 spots. Now we have slightly better tools. The next thing I want to do is start laying out my platform. I'm going to be building a fairly large platform. You don't need to build this large, but I like to build this large to begin with, as it makes it much easier to make something decorative and interesting if you've got the space to work with. I'll also be welding things up as I go, which you don't need to do. I'm doing that mainly for demonstration purposes. I find it makes it easier to see what I'm doing. So I'm going to order up a bunch of steel plate. Just ordered up 500, and that'll hopefully get us started with enough to build this platform. The platform I want to build is going to come out this way. It's going to be fairly large, so we'll build it first connected off this. We want to try and snap the blocks that we place to an existing part of our grid as much as possible to ensure we don't accidentally split this into multiple grids, because that's going to make things not quite work properly and cause some issues that are a little bit annoying to sort out, really. I'm going to go 6 blocks out here like this. In this section, I've used the 2x1 slopes, the base, and then the half-light armor block to make this look a little bit more like a bridge. I've left these blocks as full because I plan to replace these conveyors in a moment, so they'll be replaced with these reinforced blocks here, and as they're full blocks, I thought it might look nicer if we stick with the full blocks there. But I'm going to lay out a platform that is 7 blocks by 13. That's fairly large, but it should give us plenty of space for activities and all the blocks that we need. If I were to cut this conveyor line right now, we would end up with 2 separate grids because there's nothing connecting this platform to these wind turbines except for that conveyor line. So I'm going to make sure that there's something in there before I get rid of this. And what I'd like to do is make a little pathway for me to be able to walk down from this platform down to where these blocks are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a floor height, making sure this is snapping to the existing grid here. Don't want to accidentally put this in the ground and create something new there like that. It's not particularly helpful. And I'm also avoiding using local grid alignment mode because this can sometimes create an extra grid anyway, even though it looks like it's snapping properly. So we're going to have free placement mode and make sure it's snapping to the blocks that are already there. And we'll create a little bit of a ramp down here. And with that in place, we now have another connection to the turbine tower to ensure that this doesn't become two separate pieces when we grind those conveyors out to replace them with something that suits it a bit better. So I'm now safe to remove these. I'm going to take them out and replace them with these reinforced conveyors. These can be a bit tricky to get lined up properly. So what I like to do is place it on a block above, make sure the two conveyor ports are in the right spots where I expect them to be, then move it into place. Because you can't really see once it's in that spot that it's in the correct orientation. Same with this curved one. I want it around this way with that crosshatch part down, and I want it all the way spun around there. So we've got one port there, which is correct. Put it in. And then lastly, we'll replace this one. And we can confirm that I've reconnected it properly because we've got the green lights on the conveyors. With that done, the next thing we're going to do is build a branch off this conveyor line to go to a cargo container. Because with this miner, it can kind of fill up our existing cargo really quickly. With just a single small cargo container, we can actually end up with it being full in kind of 1 or 2 loads. It really doesn't take us very long. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a big cargo container so that we can collect as much as we need to and not really worry about our storage for quite some time. I'm going to cut this part here and put it in a T-piece like this. To make it easy to see where we're going to, let's place down the large cargo container. This thing is, as its name says, large. This is a 3x3x3 cube. It has conveyor ports on all sides, so it doesn't really matter which way you orientate this, but you may notice there's a little keypad on it, and that has numbers on it. So if you're someone who's a bit detail oriented, you may want to make sure that that's the right way up if it's going to upset you. I'm going to place this right on the corner, and then I'm going to build this conveyor line to attach to this port that's on the side here. These squares that you can see, they are where the ports are on this block. So it's quite easy to see on this one where they are on the initial build state. There we go. I'm going to weld all of this up, and then I'm going to take my mining ship out and go and collect some more materials. So when we dock to the base, we can have a look at the inventory of our ship by going to show only inventories of the current ship here. And we can see that we've got a bit of iron ore in here. It'd be really nice if this was automated in terms of getting out of the ship. If this docking point is just for the mining ship, we never want materials to go into it, we just want them to go out. So what we can do for that is use a sorter. If we cut a conveyor out here, and then under our conveyor cube here, we can find a sorter, making sure when we place it that the arrow is pointing away from the connector that the mining ship is hooked up to. Place that in there, weld it up. And in doing that, we've actually fixed up a little mistake that I made in setting up the event controller for our miner. If we have a look in the event controller, you can see that on the 5th hotbar, I've got us turning off the connector. I should have had us turning off the sorter, because with the sorter still on, it was still able to pull stone from our base and shove it into this connector whenever we were hooked up, meaning that every time we disconnected, it dumped down a bunch of stone onto the deck. And now we can set up the sorter on the base. We're going to hop in the cockpit of our mining ship, which means everything that shows up white is part of the mining ship, but everything that shows up a different color is in a connected grid. So we know that everything that is orange is part of the base, which means we know this sorter is the one we're looking for. So let's go rename this to conveyor sorter miner dock, and we're going to set this to drain all. We're not going to worry about any filter mode or anything like that, because there are no components or anything we need to leave on the ship. We just want to drain everything. You can see that our ship is now empty. If you find that this single sorter isn't emptying your ship as fast as you would like, in my case it's been perfectly fine, but if you're finding that it's a bit slow, you can actually make this happen faster by either putting more sorters down in parallel, so I can push them into the floor here and build additional conveyor lines to go to them, or we can actually run them in series. In series, they will still make this empty faster, so set up like this, that will actually drain twice as fast. I hop into the control panel, make sure I grab that sorter as well, call it miner dock to give it the same name, and set it up to drain all with no filter. And the reason they can work in this setup just as fast as they could if they were running in parallel, the way it looks like when we're watching an inventory and seeing it be drained across, is that they grab from one side and they push to the other, ignoring the other sorter. So they don't push from one sorter to the next, then push from that sorter to the base, it's push from ship to base. And that's both of them doing that at the same time. So now our large cargo container has a bunch of nickel and a bunch of iron in it because it's been pushed out of our miner. The next thing we're going to do is build our assembler. First, I'm going to place a conveyor on our cargo port, and then let's add our assembler to our hotbar. Then before we build it, it's worth taking a bit of a closer look at the assembler block. It has a cargo port at each end of the block, and it also has a cargo port on two sides of the block.
You can choose to raid the caravan, or you can choose to guard it. This is a game where slaying monsters are not the only way to grow stronger. Heck, it's not even the main way. Discover relics in the ruins. Loot treasures from the bandit camps. Learn skills by finishing quests. Profit from trading routes. Build your own territory. Choose your own way to play, just because you can.
We noticed she was kind of stumbling. She kind of had a head tilt, just a slight head tilt. And I said, babe, something's...
But in addition to those cargo ports, it has a new type of port we haven't looked at yet, which is upgrade ports. It has 8 upgrade ports. There are 2 on all of the sides that I am showing you right now, which means there are upgrade ports on the exact same spot as those cargo ports. You might notice on the cargo ports here on the side, there's a small square in the middle. That small square is not present on the ones on the end. That means it's both a cargo port and an upgrade port. And we'll be getting onto those upgrade modules shortly. So let's place this to ensure that our conveyor port is aligned. I'm going to place it long ways like this. That's going to give us room for those upgrade modules later. And we're going to weld this up. To make it nice and easy to get all the parts, right click on the conveyor tube, right click on the assembler, middle mouse to grab what's already been made, and shift middle mouse to put the rest into production. Wait for those to get done. It's going to take a little bit of time because building 160 computers is a little bit on the slow side. And there we go. All the computers are made. Middle mouse to grab all the bits. Well, grab what I can carry anyway. And this will unlock a few blocks that we can make. One of the critical ones that this unlocks is turrets. When we look at the production window and look at our assembler, we can see that it has a whole lot of things to produce. There are 21 different components here, 5 of which are new compared to the basic assembler. That's the thruster component, the reactor component, the gravity component, the medical component, and the superconductor. We're going to be looking at the last 2 of those in our builds today. The other thing to note in this production menu is that we now have these 2 options up here, where we have large blocks and small blocks. In here, we can find a block and order up all the components for that block. We don't need to go through the build planner to do this. So, for example, I know I'm going to be building a lot of conveyors, so I can search here and search for conveyor, and I can queue up the components for several conveyor blocks. By just clicking on them, you can, with these, also control click to do 10 times, or shift click for 100, or control shift click for 1,000 of each. I don't want that much. I'm just going to control click for 10. We may well need more than that, but this will be a good start to have this producing while I'm doing other things. While that assembler's making a bunch of things, let's go have a look at our survival kit. When we walk over to where we moved our survival kit to in order to protect it from my driving, as well as yours if it's as reckless as mine, but my driving, you might notice that the survival kit no longer provides us with any gases. Our hydrogen does not go up when we try and recharge from here or when we try and get our health back from here. If I walk around to my respawn pod, you can see why we were able to get hydrogen from our survival kit on our rover when it was on here, because it was connected to this small hydrogen tank, which does still have hydrogen in it. So we were able to still collect hydrogen by getting into our cockpit and having it refill us, or by putting a bottle into this tank directly to refill the bottle. If you don't have a bottle and you'd like a bottle, you can go to your assembler, click on the production menu, click on equipment, and you can see the bottles here to produce them so that you can have a bit more capacity for flying around and not run out so quickly. But it might also be nice for our survival kit at our base not to be tucked around in a corner and to have a hydrogen supply of its own. To do that, what we're going to do is we're going to add an O2H2 generator, which is going to be able to turn ice into hydrogen and oxygen. We don't really need the oxygen here, but if you're in a situation that you do, that's what it's for. So we're going to search O2. I'm going to right click on this to add it to my hotbar, and we're going to press R to switch to large grid and have a look at the large grid block. The large O2H2 generator has 4 conveyor ports, 1 on each of the long sides, and then 1 on each of the ends. So what we're going to do is we're going to line this up so that it's attaching to our assembler with one of these conveyor ports pointing downward, because that's going to make it easier for our survival kit to get connected. So we'll place that there, and we'll get this welded up. And when you weld this up, you'll also unlock some new blocks, which will include the tanks that we're about to build. But before we build the tanks, let's add a little curved conveyor tube here. And now I'm going to move my survival kit over here. And as always, remembering that when we grind down our survival kit, we're grinding down our 1 respawn point, so be careful when you're moving it, and we'll go place it immediately attached to that conveyor. Survival kit to our hotbar. There we go. Survival kit's there. Now we can go grab our mining ship and go collect some ice. Conveniently, there's a large ice lake right near this base. Walk down. Watch all the ice get drained out super quickly. And we're almost empty. Doesn't really take long at all. There we go. All the ice has been drained out by those sorters. And this now means I let my jetpack run down a little bit so we can actually see the effect. This now means if I go to my survival kit here, I can press F on it and my hydrogen gets restored. We can also access this O2H2 generator and put our bottles in here to get them filled up by the ice. Now that we've got the O2H2 generator and we've got some ice on the base, let's make some tanks to store some of this. I'm going to add both an oxygen and a hydrogen tank off the side of these conveyor ports here. We don't strictly need the oxygen tank, given that our current environment is oxygen rich, but we're going to build it anyway because this may prove useful for demonstrations down the line. So I'm going to place a small oxygen tank there, and a small hydrogen tank there. If we access these tanks now, you should see that they start to fill, because our O2H2 generator is using the ice that's in its inventory and converting it into these gases. If we run out of that ice, this hydrogen tank is still going to be able to fill our suit from our survival kit. But in order to fill our hydrogen bottle, what we're going to need to do is fill it from this tank. To fill a hydrogen bottle from a tank, you need to go to the control panel, find the tank, and select auto refill, or if there are bottles in its inventory, you can click the refill bottles option. Personally, I have never had a situation where I didn't want it to refill bottles, so I just always enable auto refill. Then you can just drag your bottle into the tank and it will fill up. Drag it back into your suit. Now if we head back to our survival kit, this is kind of a slow way for us to get power. We have to hold this for quite a bit of time to get our suit to fill up. There are 2 options that can do this faster. The first we're going to look at are these refill stations. There are 2 versions of the refill station. There's the full block version, which has a bunch of conveyors around it on all sides, so it's pretty easy to fit in most places. These are quite cheap to build. They require a bit of cobalt, but nothing else fancy. And these will be able to refill your power very quickly, and your suit's O2 and hydrogen if those are available on the conveyor network they're attached to. But they will not be able to heal you the way that the survival kit can. There is another block that can do the healing, the speedy refilling, and allow you to change your suit, and that is the medical room. We're going to get rid of this refill station and search for the medical room. Add that to our hotbar, and this block is something we're going to try and build today. To build this, we need to have 15 medical components. That's the special component in this. We have a look at our survival kit. We currently have 3. Going to the production menu for our assembler, we can see that medical components require silver. Silver is one of the special resources that cannot be refined by our basic refinery. It's alongside gold, uranium, and platinum that require that proper refinery. So that's what we're going to build next. And that's going to be the biggest thing we're going to build today. It requires a lot of components. So I'm going to go to hotbar number 3, and I'm going to find refinery. I'm going to add this to my hotbar. The refinery is a very large block. It is 2 by 2 by 4, which can make it somewhat awkward to place. It also has 4 conveyor ports, 1 on each of these sides, and 1 on the top, and 1 on the bottom. If you're using the DLC refinery, it does not have the conveyor port at the bottom. It has the top and the 2 sides. Much like the assembler, the refinery also comes with these small yellow ports, the upgrade ports. For the refinery, these are all on the back, and they don't overlap with any conveyors. I'm going to place this down. If you're finding it awkward, it can be easier to place these while flying to see that you're putting it down where you want it to. I'm going to put it just then I'm going to start building the conveyor toward this, but I'm not going to build it the whole way. I know that the conveyor port is down the bottom here, because when I was having a look at the model, you can see the conveyor port's right there. So I'm going to put a curve on the top, put a T-piece here, and then put a curve in here. And then I'm going to stop, because I'm going to do something that's going to make welding up this refinery a heck of a lot easier. This thing requires 1,200 steel plates, 40 construction components, 20 large steel tubes. This is a lot of trips back and forth to the inventory to collect the parts to build this thing. Instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my base builder for me. Get back to our third hotbar and search for welder. There are block welders. So we can add that to our hotbar and we can build one of these instead. The block welder has 3 conveyor ports. Make sure that it is aligned to the conveyor we're using, and make sure the pointy end, where those 2 tips are, is pointed at our refinery, and really right up against it. Make sure it is touching the refinery. We're going to place that there, and I'm going to weld these blocks up. With our welder finished, I'm now going to access the control panel, go to the production menu, find my assembler, go to large blocks, search for refinery, and I'm going to tell the assembler to make all the parts needed for a large refinery. Like so. Then I'm going to go back to my control panel, make sure I've got my welder selected, and I'm going to turn it on. Now do be careful. That red signifies that this is hot and it will hurt. But you can see that this is now slowly filling up in steel plate as the assembler produces it. It's also dragged all of the other components to it. This is a nice little tip you can use for building things that might be large or that you may not have all the parts for yet, because I can leave this welding up with whatever I have available and go and collect more iron if I've run out, go and collect more ice, whatever it is I need to do while waiting for this refinery to get built rather than having to actively engage with it. But as I mentioned, do be careful. Standing next to the welder hurts. I might get my health back, just in case I accidentally do that again. Once this is finished, we can just remove this welder and put the conveyor line in to connect up the refinery. Since I know I'm going to need some silver in order to make our medical room, I'm going to go and collect that while this finishes up. And there we go, the refinery is finished! So I can grind this down now, grab out the bits I need for the conveyors, put 2 straight conveyor pieces in here, and with this in place, that refinery is now going to pull some of our resources. When we look at the refinery, we can see that it's got iron in it. This has pulled iron into it from the connected cargo container. Refineries will always pull first from the nearest cargo container. In this case, that's my large cargo container, and it will also pull from the top left, progressing down. So if I wanted these to be pulled in a different order, I could move my silver up to the front, and when this is finished processing this iron, it will automatically grab the silver next. Similarly, if I wanted nickel to be processed first, or if I didn't want the nickel to be processed, I can move it down the line. And there we go, it's automatically pulling the silver first because that's the first in the queue. And that's going to be more than enough silver to be processed, so let's move it to the back of the queue now and put the iron up first. Then we can head back to our production window, let's search for large blocks, and let's search for the medical room. And order up all the bits for that. And with that done, we can now take a look at upgrade modules for both the assembler and the refinery. We go into the refinery, we can see in the control panel it says its refine speed is 130%, its yield rate is 100%, and its power efficiency is 100%. If we look at our assembler, it says that its production speed is 100% and its power efficiency is 100%. So a standard assembler draws 560 kilowatts of power, and a standard refinery does the same. But we can modify this. And the way we do that is by using these modules. The first here is a speed module. This increases the processing speed of both assemblers and refineries. There are power efficiency modules. These will reduce the power requirements of both assemblers and refineries. And yield modules. These only work on refineries, and what they do is increase the amount of ingot you get per unit of ore that you put into the refinery, which effectively makes it both faster to produce ingots and more power efficient to produce ingots, but not by as much as the speed and power efficiency modules. If we have a look at the back of these upgrade modules, you can see that they have those same upgrade ports on them, and they can cover either 1 or 2 of those ports. They will have half the effect if they only cover 1. So for example, if I take this speed module and I place it on the assembler like this, we can go into its control panel and see that it now has a production speed of 200%. If I only cover one of those ports and we go into the control panel, we can see that I only have 150%. I only get half the benefit. I could get the rest of it by placing another upgrade module like this, and we're back at 200%. Similarly, you are not restricted to a single type of upgrade module on each of these blocks. If we wanted to put a speed module on here, we can have a look at the assembler and we can see that increased production speed, but we also see this increased max power usage. If that's a bit too expensive for our tastes, we can then get a power efficiency module and put that on there. And now we get power efficiency and increased production speed. So our power efficiency is 150%. So we're only increasing from 560 kilowatts to 749, but still retaining that full increased production speed. So you can mix and match these however you like. For the assembler, the most common setup that you will see and that you'll likely use is covering the whole thing with speed modules. This means that it works as quickly as 5 assemblers would without these upgrade modules. With that kind of production speed though, you are going to use a lot of power. One of the reasons that I think this is the most common way to set up an assembler is that if you need more power, you just build more power, and this assembler facilitates that by building the components quickly. So you can just add more wind turbines, solar panels, or whatever you're using to your base in order to power that fully upgraded assembler. With the refinery, as mentioned before, we have the speed, the yield, and the power efficiency modules to choose from. And when looking at these, before we even look at what they do, it's worth looking at what they're made of. Power efficiency modules, power cells are the special component. They're a bit bulky, but other than that, they're easy to make from basic materials that you can get from stone. Same with our speed modules. Nothing particularly fancy in there.
How much longer can you hold out? Soon, I will break your world.
Unlock more with Disney Plus, Hulu, and all of ESPN by stepping into the ring. The biggest live events in WWE are now on ESPN. The best sports, movies, and shows. Get all of ESPN, Disney Plus, and Hulu right now. Are you ready?
Then we come to our yield modules. These, on the other hand, do have something fancy, and that is the 20 superconductors that they require, which means you've got to have access to gold first. Let's have a look at the different effects these modules have. We have a look at our refinery. It doesn't start from a flat 100% across the board. The refined speed actually starts at 130%. Yield rate 100% and power efficiency 100% with 560 kilowatts of power used. If you're tight on power, you can get that 560 kilowatts down quite low by putting power efficiency modules across the whole thing. We're down to just 112 kilowatts. At this level, I could almost run 4 refineries off a single wind turbine most of the time. Or I could build more wind turbines and speed things up. If I've got access to a huge amount of ore and I just don't want to wait around till it's refined, which would typically be the case with something like stone, then I might want to put speed modules on here and make it go at 530%, which is 4 point something times the speed of a standard refinery. But it's going to cost us at 2.8 megawatts. But I think the most common setup people would have for their refineries would be using yield modules. And this is why. With a single yield module, we take our yield rate from 100 to 119%. What that means is, if I were to take those off and put 100 kilos of iron ore in, we will get 70 kilograms back. But if I put that first yield module on, that 70 kilograms is going to be increased to 83.2. And if I cover this whole thing in yield modules, you'll see that the yield rate is now 200%, which means space magic. Our 100 kilograms of iron ore is going to turn into 140 kilograms of iron ingots. So if you've got access to gold, this is probably the way you're going to go, and that's the way I'm going to go for my base because I do have access to gold. And now we can jump back to the survival world where I can actually build these things properly. So as mentioned, I'm going to go and add some upgrade modules to my assembler and my refinery. Making sure that as I place the modules on here, their upgrade ports are going against the upgrade ports on the assembler all the way around, including the ones that are on those same spots as the cargo ports. And over to the refinery to put yield modules on all of its ports. Then we'll get all these welded up. To order these all up, our build planner has 8 slots available, which is convenient. We've got 4 of each of these. I can add them 1, 2, 3, 4 because they're identical. Now we've got 4 of those. Same with the speed modules. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then my build planner is full up. I can grab what parts I have, start welding up, and put the rest into production. And with that welded up, we now have a fully upgraded refinery, fully upgraded assembler, and the next thing to do is upgrade from a survival kit to a medical room. To do this upgrade, we're going to remove the survival kit and the conveyor tube to make room for the medical bay. Now yes, we did just place this, but I kind of wanted to show the options of how this could fit either with the survival kit or with the medical room. And then we can take a look at the medical room. This has a conveyor port on the top and a conveyor port on the bottom. These are the only points at which this attaches to the grid. So if you don't have a block either on the top or on the bottom, this thing will float loose. That is worth keeping in mind. But we're going to place this underneath our O2H2 gen over here so that it's going to pipe through there and have access to oxygen and hydrogen. Grab the bits I need from this conveniently located hydrogen tank right next to me so I don't have to run around very far to get this welded up. And there we are, we have a medical room. The medical room is fantastic for getting power back. This will recharge you from basically 0 to 100 in about 5 seconds. It's very, very quick. But the thing the medical room does that no other block does is allow you to change your suit. If you hop in here, you'd normally be able to see something, but we can't right now. We'd normally be able to change our suit. If you want to make that so you can, we can take this out, being careful as we grind it down to empty our inventory repeatedly because this does take more than one inventory load to grind down. And we can flip this O2H2 generator around, which is also going to give us an opportunity to take a look at something. When you've got enough ice, this will be constantly pulling ice into its inventory to try and turn it into hydrogen. And so if we grind this down, there's going to be a chunk of ice dropped on the ground. That's not really ideal. What we'd like to do is make sure that we can empty this and not have it fill. But if I go to my cargo and I drag this ice out, it's going to be pulled straight back in as soon as I pull it out. So I'm not going to have time to pull things out and then grind this down before it gets filled again. What we can do is go to the control panel. We can turn the block off and it'll stop pulling it. Or you can select this automatic push pull and turn it off and that will do the same. Now we can grind this down and flip it around without anything dropping on the ground. Making sure the conveyor port's on our right and then back to putting down our med bay. But this time, like this. And with that like that, we can now actually see ourselves as we change our skins and as we change our color on our character. And with that, we've got our completed platform. We've got our medical room, our refinery, our assembler, all the things that we wanted on this platform. We've got our redundant basic assembler and refinery over here, which we will remove just as we removed the O2H2 generator, emptying them out and getting rid of those. I'm also going to get rid of this cargo container as I don't really need it either. With those out of the way, I can now connect the algae farms up to the rest of the cargo network. Put a junction in here at the bottom of the wind turbine tower, and then just the 2 pieces remaining to connect this up. Now that's connected, what I want to do from here is entirely aesthetic. It's the stuff to make this feel a bit more like a place that you'd actually inhabit. It'll be things like creating a parking spot for this rover. And one of the things that I really find is helpful when trying to make a space feel used, feel real, is human scale pathways. So that's using things like catwalks to create, even if you never use it because you're always using a jetpack, but to create visible paths to get to the places that you would expect a human to get to. That's one of those things that makes a place feel real. So I'm going to press P to open up my paint menu, select yellow, we'll continue with our battered skin, and then I'm going to create a path running from my mining ship over to my cargo container, because that's somewhere I'm going to go regularly, and a path over to my medical room. I'm also going to create a little path off to the side here that's going to go to my rover parking spot. And to make this landing space feel a bit more special, I'm going to paint around it, then take this dark grey and kind of color in this area beneath it. So if I control click, I can do a 3x3x3 cube, and now I've got a little dark grey landing pad. If you don't like the square look of this, if you want to round off a corner, what we can do is press Shift P to grab that white, paint that back to white, and then follow our path, grab some steel plate out of the cargo container, press Shift P again on the yellow, and we're going to use this light armor panel side, and we're going to round off each of these corners. Because to me, this is easily the best way to make it look like you've got two different paints on the one block. Look at that from above. I'm quite happy with that. Also got a paint down to go to the food processor. Something else that can be nice to bring more color to your base is to go and grab something. We'll go a bit of a rusty red orangey color. And I'm going to paint all of my conveyor lines. All the ones that are done as tubes. Everything else will stay white or whatever color it is that I've painted it to this point. But for the tubes, I'm going to color them something different because it just breaks up the monotony of this space pretty well. It's also a good excuse to put in extra conveyor lines. Sometimes I'll put in redundant ones just because they'll look nice. And then we'll get our parking spot for our rover. Whenever I'm creating a parking space for a rover or an access way for a rover, it's really good to take advantage of the existing fall lines in the terrain around you. So for here, making my access point to this parking spot be this slowly falling terrain, because that means I can get a really smooth transition onto the grid. Because unfortunately this is our nicest slope otherwise, and that can be too steep for a lot of different rover designs that would otherwise be quite reasonable. So I'm pretty happy with how this looks, but how does it look come nightfall? Well, the answer to that is it's pretty dark. So we might want to add some lights as well. If we search in our G menu for light, there are two different light groups we can look at. There's the spotlight lights group and the interior lights group. These are actually two different types of lighting. The spotlights, more expensive from a computational perspective because they're point lights that actually cast proper shadows. Interior lights, they don't. They phase through walls, they do all sorts of weird stuff. But you can have a lot more of them before it starts to cause problems. I'm going to use lights from the interior light group because I think they're the ones that are going to look best on these paths as a bit of pathway illumination. With those welded up and my suit lights turned off, you can see that they're not actually doing all that much. That's because the default settings are quite short. Now we could go into the control panel here, or we could turn around, run back to our ship that is connected to this base, and do it from this cockpit, where because we've got third person view, we can see all these lights as we adjust them. If we then open up our control panel and search for light, we can select all of the lights that are orange because they're the ones on the base, not on the ship, and we can adjust their settings. So we can adjust their radius up to something around 10 meters. You can even go all the way up to 20 if you really want to spread the light as far as you like. But this is kind of handy for being able to see. If your menu is not quite as transparent as mine, you can go to the options menu, go to game, go to UI, and then you can adjust your UI background opacity and HUD background opacity. Mine is set here just a bit above 50%. A couple of other things I like to adjust with these lights is I like to turn the intensity down a bit, because once you start getting a few extra lights in this area, the intensity at 4 is a little bit bright. If you want to set a specific value on one of these sliders, you can control click on it and type in a value. White a little bit, because particularly when you're using a battered armor texture like this, I find that the yellowing of the light fits in with the whole theme a lot more nicely. And with that, we have a base. The next thing that I want to do on this is build a bit of a greenhouse. Potentially also including an auto harvesting setup as our first look at anything with a subgrid, which is pistons, rotors, hinges, and the like. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments and I'll do my best to answer. G'day and welcome back for more Survival Impossible. I am lying here with my helmet open and I am happy because I have a pressurized space. Oh, and it's a proper pressurized space, but I was given a few suggestions that I want to work on before I keep this space pressurized, so that means turning you off and turning you off and then opening the doors to the airlocks. Because then these ones will depressurize the space. Low and cold, and yep, out. Whoops. I did not think that through all the way. So, the suggestions that mean that I need to get rid of the air in here for the moment were that this hallway should have a few things in it. Several people commented on the fact that at least today, when we build stuff in space or build stuff to go to space, volume and, space is at a premium. So you want to use every area to its maximum. So a corridor like this wouldn't just be a corridor, it'd also be a storage area. That doesn't always hold true for space engineers, but I do agree that in this instance, for this space, it would probably help if I did scatter some things along this corridor. So that means getting rid of these windows because they are occupying this block. And not these windows, but perhaps these ones and these ones can go. Again, this one can't go either. And the reason it can't go is because there's stuff on the outside block where the window would otherwise be. I'm also going to get rid of this window because my favorite idea of the suggestions for what to put in this hallway was, let's clear up this thing and put all the decorative blocks in it. So that's those. And I want button panels and I want LCDs. That's all I can think of for now. Oh no, wait. The thing I was just talking about is the thing I want that is there. I want to put a dispenser in here. Because a dispenser is like a vending machine for the control center upstairs. So it makes a lot of sense to have it down here. So I quite like that idea. And that is why that's the first thing I'm going to do. And then I'll add a few crates down that hallway and maybe a couple of other things. I don't like the idea of having too many plants around the place. Largely for fitting the theme of the base, which is that this is a functional base designed for resource collection. So if I'm going to make it pretty, it makes it feel too much like a home, whereas it's really meant to be work. If it was more of a homey kind of wealthy looking place, and if it wasn't using all of the battered textures and that sort of thing, then yeah, I think that could work. I'm also going to leave the corridor tight like this, because I don't like, and this was yet another thing that people were mentioning, I don't like the idea of having these half blocks where the full blocks are, because of the sloped pieces and how they interact with each other, and I always think it looks weird when you have one of these up against it. I could do the slope bases like I have in here, but again, I think I kind of like the tightness of this gap, and it was deliberate. I wanted it to feel like this corridor wasn't as massive as it actually is. So let's waste some more resources and get rid of these windows. Move a bunch of them to the outside. Putting these ones outside will require an attachment, which can be achieved quite cheaply now that we have these neon tubes down. So I think that is going to be one of the most subtle ways to attach a window on the outside of a block. Like so. Because that unbuilt tubes down, once the window's built, it doesn't matter that it's there. I think it looks just fine. I could have even put it underneath where it's even more hidden. I could have put one down here. So I think this is going to be my new favored way to create attachment points for windows and basically everything, because it is such a tiny little block. So for this side, these two can attach to the back of the dispenser. These next two will need an attachment point. These next two there. I'll just put one there for the sake of balance. No more extra corner lights where I don't want them. I often wonder with things like that block, whether the artists who designed the block realized what they were generating when they did it. Whether they knew that Or for this one, I should make it really subtle because I reckon people are going to want to use these as little bracing clamps to attach other stuff to. Alright, the catwalks are still a bit weird, but at least I've fixed up the ones that went straight to a wall of glass. And what else do I need to fix after I created this corridor? I don't think there's much. I think what I might do before I do the interior over here, and just while I think about what I'm going to do with this space, since I kind of want to divide it up into a few different functional areas. I want to have a little bit of a lab, because it makes sense for them to work on some stuff indoors. And then I want to have a living area where they've got a kitchen, a couch with a TV. I want to have a nice little eating area that looks over and can see out to the view of the gas giant. And probably a little bit more storage space in there too. I'm also thinking, since I've currently got this depressurized, I might just quickly do something in here that I'd thought about after a few people mentioned it, which is punch out here and perhaps here and one more to put in a few extra beds, because it feels, oh, maybe not that one, maybe I should have done that last one. It feels like this base has gotten a lot bigger since I designed it with 3 to 4 people in mind, so 5 or 6. Yeah, I can believe that. That's a bit more reasonable. Also realized I've been going outside when I've got a container to access stuff from inside. Urgh. Now I need to quickly check if those beds are airtight in their current position. those doors. Close those doors. Turn you on. Yes. They are. Excellent. So now we have 5 beds. These 2 beds have terrible views. Even worse than these guys? Yeah, these guys. Looking at oxygen tanks. Oh well. No! Just wasted some air. Ah, that's so annoying. Why? Why do you do this to yourself, Splitsy? Why? So that was one of the things I wanted to do before the full interior design and pressurized working. The other thing is fix up this drill. Well, this counterweight's going because it looks terrible and it's not functional.
What the fuck?
It's going to get in the way of the drill retracting. So I'm actually going to retract the drill now. Bring it back and line it up to hopefully hit more of that iron deposit. Potentially take most of it this time. So basically the reason this was not functional is when the drill's retracted, they were going to run into these blocks that I'm currently grinding. So I need to get rid of them.
Low health.
Dude,
And I think I will get rid of all of it. A few people did have a kind of cool suggestion, but how I might do something like this in the future. Uh-oh. I need to grind this before it goes down to the planet.
No fucking way.
No, 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 no! Oh dear. Oh dear. Now, I don't have cleanup off. I don't have cleanup on, I should say. That is going. That is going all the way down.
Annoying. I don't know what I had on me.
Oh boy. Though, I think we know, because of that first dead drop that I did, it's not going to do... It shouldn't do any harm. I'm going to say it's not, but it shouldn't do any harm.
Energy low.
Okay, time to retract the drill. Then I have to figure out how I'm going to build the mechanism to be able to turn this. As in, how I'm going to drill out the extra stuff that needs to be drilled out. Because there's going to be quite a lot of material that needs to be removed. My plan with these drills is to rotate them around, so this one's the wrong way around, and the one that I removed was as well. I can then place one down, do as I've done with the drills on the front, put a gap, put a further drill on once I find where they are in my list. Do the same again, and go for an extra 3 drills, oh well, an extra 2 drills on each side. That way, as I start turning this, I'll be able to clear out a lot more of the surrounding rock. My other thought was to potentially use right-click drilling with these. I don't need all this stone. And if I turn on right-click drilling, I'm going to clear out a much larger area just at this front bit, and then I can hopefully make it a bit easier for me to move around, or move the drill head around. That's the idea anyway. Let's see if it works. Control the drill remote control. Go to G, grab our block tools, add our drills. When I right-click, all of our drills start. I then enter the menu. I'll stay going.
Sucks.
The remorers have stopped, and those have stopped. No! Okay, I'm going to have to get into that remote control while I'm doing the adjustments. I was hoping that would work. Thought it might, but it did not. Remote. If I grab control, start doing that.
And of course, when you respawn, you only have like 15%.
Out of control, but then I think
food.
when I leave, it stops. Yeah. Okay, so I have to stay in control of the remote, which means I need to make this move very, very slowly to the left while this starts spinning. So let's turn this on. And then I need to move very, very slowly left and very, very slowly up after that. As it turns out, it tends to be helpful if you actually allow the thing to move at all. If it is currently at 0, I would like it to move in a negative direction. So our lower limit can go down a couple of degrees. I don't know why I didn't do this with the first one. I just didn't think about using a remote control or using right click to clear out a little bit of the stone to begin with. It would have made things much easier at the early stages. How's this looking for aim? Might be a little high, but I want to go a little higher than that. I reckon I want to pretty much hit that square on so that I get most of the iron deposit away. So I need to tilt this down a little bit and maybe a little bit back where it was from the right. And we're pretty good. Right click mining just totally cleared out everything I needed it to do. It was perfect. I should be able to turn all the drills on and get this thing going again. Drills are on. Pistons are incredibly slowly extending. And hopefully the script that's going to get rid of, that's going to turn it off when it's full is working. So I don't think I broke it with turning everything off. Ooh. But in the setup actions. Oh yeah, it's the full drills. Cool. I added those drills, the extra drills to the drills group, so that should be fine. Not that they'd really do much if they weren't added. But that should get me an even more incredibly ridiculous amount of iron, which means it's time to do some decorative work. Close this up. Turn you on. Turn you off. Open this up. Vent the space again, because I'm not sure what the door state is at the other end of this corridor. Although it looks closed. I might just make sure that the airlock down here is closed. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Close that. Toggle you on. And close that. Toggle you on. And then when it's warm enough, I'm going to open my helmet and see how much time I get to spend today with my helmet open. Probably as much time until I run out of water because I didn't bring any inside. Oh well, I will deal with that soon. As I was saying before, I thought about having a bit of a lab area, and I think this end is where it should work best because it looks out onto the landing area, and I just feel like it's out of the way a bit, and I can probably put something in as a bit of a divider here to make it a semi-separated room. So the thought I had was to put lab equipment there, and then maybe create like a little bit of a lab table with perhaps chairless desk like that, and then use, say, these freight there. Where's the single one? And there. So we've got a little bit of a storage area with a table next to it. We've got our lab. And then for the divider, I was thinking something like the lockers could work. And I kind of like the idea of putting them here because that will then feed into where I'm going to put the TV. I'm not a big fan of how this kind of cuts off the door a little bit, but I think given how wide it is, it doesn't look too bad. And I do like having this extra divider through here to separate the spaces a little bit, even if they're not completely separated. I do want to think about what I can do with this space though. Anything I could put on the floor that would make sense. In the very distant past, to kind of make an area look like a workshop, I used a couple of button panels on the ground that were in their construction state, but I don't know that that's something that makes a lot of sense anymore. Don't know if that works. Oh, I have two things here. I can put another table down. Yeah! A few work tables down here. That makes sense. That works. I'm happy with that. Now for the living space. This is the hardest bit. I have to decide first. I think I know where the TV is going to go. It's going to go here. Then how to do some couches around that. That kind of makes sense. So I almost feel like the corner couch and a straight couch would be about right. Yeah, that feels about right. That feels right. I'm happy with that. Then the kitchen. They're the kind of pieces I need to put in place first. The kitchen I always find difficult in places like this. I mean, I could put a kitchen just behind the couch here, against the wall. I actually kind of like that idea. I often like to put the the see-through kitchen into something, but that works. And then, where's that bar? A single bar here with a corner desk there, corner desk there, and corner desk there. Got a nice little wraparound table, and then what I was going to put in here was possibly another dispenser. It sort of looks like a fridge-ish, maybe. It's the kind of closest thing we got. And then I was going to put a little bit of storage stuff, like put a couple of the freights in behind here, under the stairs. Yeah. This space is coming together. Now I need a little bit of a dining area. We've got an increased number of crew now, so it makes sense to have a few more tables since we got 5. What I'd like to do is create 2 separate tables. And one of them will be up against the window, and the other is going to be one of those little square tables. So, and what I mean by the square tables, I mean something like this. And then another one up against the glass here. Kind of almost feel like I might shove another table in the middle of the floor because there's a big open area now. It doesn't make sense to have more tables than this. This sort of interior design is always going to be a bit wasteful because I find it so hard to get it right the first time. It's the sort of thing you kind of go, oh, no, I want to move that. And I'm kind of the same in real life. Oh, no, that screen isn't quite where I want it in my office. I need to move it. Like me, you're probably thinking right now, wow, that's a lot of white paint. And we probably should have something a little bit more colorful in here. And I will do that. I'm thinking I'll go with the paint choices that I've used so far, which is predominantly red. But I'm just not sure what to paint red at the moment, because I don't want to do too much. It's always a danger that with this stuff you'll end up going over the top and it'll be just a bit weird. I don't like the chairs being colored. I find that that's usually overwhelming for a space because there's a lot of paint on them. But maybe that's a bit of a start of adding some color in here. I need to add a light in this corridor between the 2 things. And then start filling the corridor with junk. I mean, practical storage. I do like that we've got these freight containers as things to put around the place. But I don't want to just use them. I need to put some other stuff in these corridors. Oh, that was the other suggestion people had. That's right. Motivational posters. So I could put some transparent LCDs on a couple of these. And pop like a poster up on it or something. So maybe I'll put one there and one there. So I can try and come up with some safety posters to put on them. Because like with Survival Maybe and Survival Unlikely, I'm almost certainly going to come up with a bunch of different LCDs that are customized to this. Proper images rather than using text-based ones. Because well, performance-wise it's always beneficial. And it looks better too because it's high resolution. So instead of those things there, I'm going to put a pair of couches here. Able to have a different escape from the main living area, since they all kind of live cooped up in the same volume. And then further down towards the command pod, the control tower, is where I will put the little cargo containers. We go down here, we got one there, and then this block I'll put a whole bunch in. If you've got some funny slogans that you want me to put on a motivational poster to stick up, here, in here and here, give me some suggestions, because I might come up with some images or see if I can find some royalty-free images that I can just quickly convert to use for that. Corridor is complete. There's enough hidden here now that it doesn't feel just bare. And it's variable enough that I think it works. We've got our extra vending machine down here, and then I just got to make my control tower. For the control tower, I need to keep in mind 2 really important things. One is that these pieces of glass need to be attached by something, and I need to have protection around this hole so that you don't accidentally fall down it. Even though falling down it I'm pretty sure won't hurt. Yeah. Oh, that could have ended badly. So the things that can attach to glass that I'm likely to use here will be stuff like transparent LCDs, which I really should have thought about first, because if I put transparent LCD here, get rid of these two chairless desks, because they were what holding the glass on, and another couple either side, I've then got a whole bunch of data up here for the perspective that looks out on all of the important stuff. And I kind of like that idea. I also like the idea of some further LCD panels up above, maybe. Like one there, one there. And then what I need to do is work out how I'm going to arrange stuff on the floor so that this is the primary control bit. And part of that is going to be... Where is that control seat? There it is. Putting one of these in the middle. This is the trouble with having this hole in the floor. I would really like to have like a viewing gallery behind that desk. Maybe I'll leave that mostly open for now, and instead... Well, that's the other side I want to see out of. This side, I have an idea of what I can do with it. Get rid of that desk. And get a programmable block in there. And do my usual trick of putting a desk against it so that it's got a... So it's basically a desk with a computer. Even though it's very 1960s. Yeah, difficult one, this one. It's always the stuff that I find difficult, styling these control towers. Because we just don't have the stuff I want. I want a desk with a computer on it. With something that's not like a full control seat. And I want to have a desk that's shaped like this bar that doesn't have drinks on it, because that just doesn't really work for a control tower. Yeah. Just don't quite have the blocks that I would want to make this space work exactly as I dream of. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting enough space, especially once these LCDs have some cool pictures on them. I was thinking, after it was suggested, of making a proper looking schematic of the drop pod for the ore, and maybe doing something similar for the catapult and putting them up on one LCD, putting things like power and all that sort of stuff using M Master's automatic LCDs, doing a few things like that, which I'll probably do once I've got the pictures ready, because doing it before I make the pictures doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because I want to make sure that I've got all of the bits and pieces that I need to make it work. Something else fun that I just thought about, and I never really looked into these panels, but a lot of people probably already realize this. These buttons are customizable. As in, what is on them is customizable. I can put text, I can put images. So I could actually make custom little images that say like, fire catapult, or, you know, something a bit more interesting than that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the possibilities. The possibilities of putting stuff on these LCD pictures, on the buttons. Oh, it's going to look so... Oh, yes, 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 yes. I can make it look much more interesting. I'm very happy about this. Can you tell how much I actually looked through stuff when the patch came out? Whoops. Probably should have looked in a bit more detail. Oh, I gotta do that again. So there's a thing I've been doing each time I come back for all these trips with stuff. It's this. Oh, dang it, I would fail it when I'm actually gonna show it. It's this. Seriously, failing twice, splitsy. Basically, I've been using my jetpack, I've been flying up, and then I turn it off, I launch myself, and I often end up landing on the railing and launching myself over. With the low gravity, it's kind of fun when it works. When you don't plan to show it off, and then have it all fail after having nailed it 3 times in a row before. There we are. One command center-y thing. It's a little bit weird, actually. Don't mind it. Kind of like the weirdness of it. I wish I could have... kind of wish I had Colt's Command Consoles mod, because that would be the perfect thing to put up here. all of those consoles everywhere would work ideally, but I really wanted to try and see how I would go with designing spaces like this, not using that mod. Because hopefully all of these blocks are already or will eventually be in the Xbox version and the... So it's kind of nice to have it something that everyone could get some tips from in terms of the design ideas. But I'm fairly happy with this. I need those LCDs to really bring this space together though. And I could probably, at least initially, put
I want to
the
actually
LCD
see.
on there.
I want to skip like to the end almost. Like I'm gonna go to like episode. Go to episode 9.
At Jensen Tire and Auto, you can count on expert auto service done right the first time.
That's hundreds of hours of gameplay.
G'day and welcome back for more Survival Impossible. And right now, I'm feeling pretty glad that I have people looking over my shoulder when I'm playing this. Because apparently, there might have been some smoking bits on my drill on the launch air base. So I'm going to go check out something quickly. Go inventory and check drills. Are there any that are stuck full of stone? There aren't. Huh. So none of the drills appear to be blocked, yet there do appear to be some damaged ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back down to the planet. Well, I'm going to go down far enough that my rads go down, and then I'm going straight back up to the launch air base to see what's going on there. So I'm going down and then straight back up. Although, look at my hydrogen, I probably want to go down, refuel, and then go back up, and then I've got more fuel up there, so yay. At least I know that I'm not deleting any material. The other thing I'm going to do when I get back up there is I'm going to put a little control seat thing near my drill, or on the drill, and put a camera on it so that I can remote in and see what the drill is doing with a camera from either the planet or the shuttle or wherever I happen to be. Because I think that is important. And now I get to find out how low my rad level gets before I land. Oh wow, it really does take a while for the rads to come down because I'm at 0 rad level. My rads are still 95. Yeah, how long am I gonna have to stay here for? My rads are just down to 94 now. 93, yeah, this is gonna take a while. All right, what can I do down here while I'm waiting? Oh, I know what I can do. This is my main communications part of the base, which means I think it's the perfect location for me to change one of the LCDs that's in here to list all of my different communications channels. So that's all the channels that the action relays work on. And I think maybe I could put panels one there. That could work reasonably well, I think. There we go. So we have action relay channels, ODP2, broadcast, range change. Now, if I remember any of the others at some point, I'll have to remember to come down here and change the LCDs down here so that we have all this info here. I've got the two of them because as I add more, I'm probably going to need to split this between two screens to have it still be readable. But I'm just going to duplicate it until then, because otherwise having a screen just saying online seems a bit lame. Maybe I'll do something else to make this a bit more interesting as well. Change the background to 75, 105 for green and blue. And it now kind of blends in with the other ones. I don't think that's exactly the right blue, but it's pretty close. And those numbers are pretty easy to remember. But now it kind of fits in with more of the rest of the screens around here. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Cool. Alright, so we now have a place for that, which is nice. Rads are down to 0. Time to go back up. I feel like I did have to wait till my rads were gone, because otherwise I was going to be up there for such a small amount of time that all the use of my fuel would have been wasted. Up we go. I did fill up my bottles before I left, and I did obviously eat and drink, so hopefully we won't run into too many problems there. This time I actually remember how my Thrusters work, so that'll help too. So we're starting to slow down. We turn on, turn off the reverse thrusters, turn off the reverse thrusters, on the action, the event controller, and we should be good. There we go. Much smoother. So much better. The flashing from the station does not fill me with confidence. It really doesn't. Why is it sparking? That can't be healthy. That cannot be healthy. What is sparking up there? Because I don't have any exhaust blocks or anything up there, because that's usually what causes this sort of sparking behavior. For some reason, the sparks don't scale with distance. I don't know what that is. Also, I really love using an event controller for controlling my thrust to get space. This is amazing. This saves me so much effort and is such a tidy solution without needing a script or anything like that. I'm so glad I was encouraged to do this. Anytime I need to travel planet to space a lot, I'm totally doing this. Maybe even anything I build to travels to space, I'm going to do this because it's great. Oh, I hope I can see what's sparking when I get up there. Can I see any sparking? Oh, there is sparking from the drills, so maybe it's just the drill effects. See if I can spot that smoke from the drills. I can't see it from this distance, but we'll check it out closer in a sec. At least I can build the bigger tanks up here, since I think on this trip I will have filled up that red tank on my landing pad here. Tank. Pufferfish. Hydrogen tanks. Stockpile off. There we go. I've got more than half my fuel still on board, and that hydrogen tank there is now full. Awesome. Let's go check out this drill head. It actually all looks like it's okay. What I was worried about was that these drills were shaking enough to cause damage to these conveyor tubes here. And I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to figure out a way to still have the drill head the way it is, but somehow conveyor in a safe direction. What some of you may have experienced a few times, and I definitely have, is a drill in this position, especially a small grid one, hooked onto an advanced rotor, damaging this advanced rotor part. That's why this conveyor junction's here, to space it out a bit more so that this is clear. And because of the way that the drills somehow cause damage to the rotor part, I was like, uh-oh, these corner ones are going to be causing damage to these bits here, these conveyor tubes. But thankfully it looks like we're in the clear on that. Now, are we already through the gold? Can't be. No. Still 27 meters from the gold. Alright, let's check how much iron we've got, and then I'll start building these hydrogen tanks. 753,000. We also have a lot of stone. Are the drills filling up? No, not yet. I've still got space in the cargo containers. That's something. A lot of space, but I got space. How many refineries did I actually build here? 6. Okay. But I could build more. I could fill in the gaps between them, and I could take it to 10 without having to mess with the conveying too much. I'll think about that. So these tanks that I had planned, I've put them on that conveyor line there because I was like, oh yeah, that should work. That should be tidy and kind of fits in with everything I built around here. Unfortunately, it's also a block too high, because if I want to build there, I'd need to remove some blocks that I don't really want to remove. Actually, what is blocking that? Got 3 blocks up there. Got 3 blocks. Oh, found it. It's the bit that's holding on this set of stairs. Okay. That's the problem. There it is. Aha! Aha! I move my little neon tubes down to there and get rid of these ones right here. And then put the tank in. Hooray! Now I can't put the one that I'd planned here because it is actually going to be in the way of this support. I could remove that support maybe for the sake of the twin tanks, and I think I will. I definitely don't need twin tanks. That's not necessary. Like, poop. That's not what I wanted. But I like the look of having 2, and if I do eventually get some sort of refueling drone running over here, I'm going to want 2. I'll need to build some supports under these. aside from the conveyors, but I think this should work pretty well. And I think I can do this all without using my jetpack. Oh, I can make the conveyor pipe caps red, maybe. Because I was wondering how to bring some of the red warning back on this that I've got on the other tank. And that's totally the way to do it.
My name is Marcela Lopez. My shop is Marcela Lopez Art, and I sell 3D printed jewelry. I started in 2007 making jewelry with wire, beads. In 2019, I just discovered the 3D printing. The first piece that I made was an anatomical heart. I love the shape. I have rings, earrings, everything. Nature, art, and architecture is my inspiration for everything. Almost all my pieces are animals. I respect them, and I think they are so adorable. It's plant-based resin, and I use the sunlight for cure and for dry each piece. I don't follow trends. I just follow my inspiration and what I see. When I was little, my grandmother used to have orchids. When I started designing them, I always had that kind of memories on my mind. For my wedding, for example, the most important day, I decide to wear the Congo earrings. Years ago, I started selling.
Also, I ran inside past the recharge point.
Energy critical.
The recharge point that I apparently placed sideways. And yeah, I did. Well, that's going to stay that way for now. I also possibly should put this on the cargo container. So maybe I'll move one to the correct orientation on the cargo container so it can fill my hydrogen as well and my oxygen. That would make more sense. So then I can go like this and everything gets filled. I've still got cargo access via this. Sweet. 2 big hydrogen tanks. And we just need to pipe them up. I don't remember what else I need to do up here. Most of the rest of this base is fairly chunkily supported, like big beams of steel. So I'm going to do the same sort of look here. Just trying to figure out how it's going to work with all the other stuff that's around. I don't want to do too much reworking of the conveyors if I can help it. There we go. Yeah, that looks much nicer. I just replaced the conveyor tubes with armored conveyor tubes to make it look a bit more reinforced. I'm pretty happy with that. What I thought I'd also do is grab some of the armor plates and put them in there as well with hazard. And I'm going to try something that I don't normally do, which is put hazard in red. See if that works. Not sure if it's going to be too much, but I was kind of thinking something like putting just one bit there and one bit there. Though we could maybe link it. It's a pity that if I put the piece there, which I really want to do, it'll look really weird. Though if it would have been battered like I did on the train, maybe even at this scale it'll look okay. Try it out. You know what? I kind of like it. I don't like the fact that that's rotated a different way because it's so much more obvious in the large grid, but there's not much I can do about that. It has to be done that way. Yeah. I like that this is adding a bit of color to this base because it is very, very monochromatic. What I should have done, and what I may well do with a bit more time, is paint all of the conveyors on here yellow.
Only gonna be enough.
Maybe even the varying degrees of yellow, like I have down
few
on the station with a lot of my conveyors there.
One of these takes like 20
So I think having the conveyor lines actually coloured is really quite nice. I should also probably grind down that catwalk that's just sitting there.
So I might get it.
I always like to start my builds in a monochrome, something fairly light coloured, because it makes it really obvious if you've done something weird with the shaping. The temptation to make things dark coloured is, I think, partly there because when you make it dark, it makes it harder to see when you've stuffed up. And so I prefer to make it easier to see when I've stuffed up so that I can fix it early on. Yeah. I mean, I'm continuing my fast food theme yellow and red, but it is what it is. There is a lot of interesting conveyor work around here, so I think it makes sense to draw the eye to it. by giving it a bit of color. Because I built a lot of excessive, unnecessary but visible conveyoring when I built this network. The time that's been happening, how close have I gotten to the gold? Am I going to see the gold get mined while I'm up here? Maybe. Maybe. I'd kind of like to keep myself busy up here until that happens. I mean, if I spend a bit of time inside, I'll probably be fine. Alright, so if I'm going to put a cockpit onto the drill, where can I put it? Like, I mean, I could put one just simply here. Doesn't give me the an ideal view of things, but at least gives me some view. I don't think I've set this up in a way that I can really put it anywhere on the actual drill though, because I've used standard conveyors which are not going to allow me to easily reattach or detach and reattach bits of the drill, which is a bit unfortunate. So yeah, I think I probably want it here, which means the easiest solution is to put a standard cockpit because the conveyor points down. It means this will be pressurized. And I'm probably not going to be able to see much from here anyway, so I may as well just go with that one. And then I'll change out this block here. Or maybe change out a few of the blocks around here so that I've got it looking like I can easily walk up to the door at the back of the cockpit block. And a rail down here, that'll all look pretty tidy. Yeah. Still keeps the armor shape exactly as it was. Means I can walk up, hop in here. It's a pressurized environment, which means while I'm looking at the drill, I can actually see the drill pretty well. I will put a camera down there because I want to be able to remote into a camera on the drill. So I'm going to put a camera in a couple of spots, and I'll put the cameras on the hotbar here because I'm not sure what else to put on the hotbar right now. Most of the controls are not particularly hotbar friendly. I reckon a top-mounted camera here might get a decent view from further back. And then I can put one on here, which seems like it's going to be not very useful. Being realistic about it, but more useful than one on the rotating segment. So that's my front-mounted camera, which has turned... the drills have turned off. I guess my inventory is full. Did I have that set up to do that? And if so, how did I have it set up to do that? That feels somewhat familiar. But I would have set this up before event controllers, so this... Is there a script turning the drills off? Oh boy. Relearning things about your own base. And we're 16 meters from the gold. Yeah, the pistons are all off, and the drill head stopped. What on earth is triggering that? So I don't have an event controller. Drill PB text panel. Oh, I do have a script monitoring it. Which script was this? Oh, I have UFOL's script running. Wow. Yep. Oh, there's no reason for me to stop using it. It's working clearly because it's doing what it's meant to do for the drills. I can zoom in, I can look around with this camera, I can actually see what's going on, which is good. Okay, I think that tells me that it would be worthwhile for me to add the extra refineries onto this system. The basic refineries, because some of you may not recall, but in Survival Impossible, basic refineries are the only things that can refine stone. Proper refineries cannot do it. There was a period of time where I had not updated the mod so that the industrial refineries could do it, but I'm pretty sure I fixed that before I came back. So I'm going to increase the number of basic refineries here because the drill is working way too quickly. And when I want to get that gold, we need to get the drill running again. Hopefully this doesn't chew up too much power. Also reminds me of something else that I think I forgot to fix. Yep, this refinery is off. There we go. 4 more refineries that should be running. I'll check them in a sec. Refinery, basic refinery. Yep, all of them have stone in them. Excellent. Now I had like 700,000 iron ingots and I still have about 700,000. Yeah, stone really doesn't refine to much in the way of iron. It gives me enough to do building projects up here, but I don't think it really is enough for me to consider it a viable way for me to get iron. That's while I've still got a bit more RADS exposure that I can cope with. Let's fly down here and have a look at what I might need to do to set up the iron drill down here to actually get through this deposit. Because we've got a deposit down here as well. We've got this drill head, but it is less than useful, because it is not even hooked up to the inventory in any way, shape, or form. It is connectable to the inventory via this chain of stuff that goes all the way back up to the top at least, so that's already in place. But how big a deposit of iron is this? It's not huge. I reckon possibly one of my better options down here might be setting up a rotating drill centered about here that pushes down this way as a way to get through that. So remove all of this drill that's here and build something out from that conveyor just over there. Yeah, I think that's going to be my best approach. So I can start removing this at least, because it's definitely going to be in the way. Is there anything in it? No. Oh, and I should build cargo access down here. That's what I need to do. That's the most important thing. Because otherwise, I can't get hydrogen and other things while I'm down here. Let's go get the stuff for a small cargo container. I should totally paint these yellow the whole way down too, because highlighting this system, that I think if I'm remembering correctly, I think I built this system before I did the one on the planet. And it is fun to build that stuff. It's fun to look at. Maybe not as fun to build, but it is definitely fun to look at. It's tricky to build, and it's time consuming. I don't think I'm going to get this drill built on this trip, so I won't worry about having to readjust what the timer block that stops the drills is going to do. But I'll have to make sure that I include that as one of the steps of things I need to do when I set this one up, because otherwise this one, working at the same time as the other drill, might end up overloading all of my cargo, which would be bad. What's in this little... What's this? Oh, the solar alignment programmable block is down here. What's in here? Hydrogen and oxygen. Nice. We will leave those. That's a good safety feature. I think that's also why I've got that seat down here. More safety feature. Alright, let's put an advanced rotor on the top here. I'm going with an advanced rotor on the top if it'll let me, which it doesn't look like it's going to. I was going to go with an advanced rotor on top because if I do it that way, I end up with the drills sitting a bit higher, which should give me enough room to actually build the drills over there to plunge down into the iron. Whereas if I went with a hinge on here, I'd probably be sitting a bit too low, and I'd have to drill out the iron to put the drills down, which is a bit of a pain. Now, how high is that over the iron? It's still probably not enough to do this easily, so I'll go a little bit higher. Oh man, I hate that my drill just disappears from my point of view. It's very disconcerting. Oh, what? Oh, that's the sparks. Oh. Yep. Yep. That's the sparks. This solar panel. Uh-oh. That's not where I want to be standing when I'm running low on hydrogen. Over a giant drop that will take me a long time, but will end in my certain death. Now, let's see if we can fix this solar panel, stop that sparking. We're at 75 rads, so I'm probably going to have to head home soon. I'm not going to get much more of this drill worked on. It is another one of those projects for up here that I'm glad to have gotten started on at least. Arguably, I could just get rid of this thing. It's not really needed because I built the much larger one above. But it's already here, so I'm going to leave it. It's another one of those memories that's nice to have. I am going to get rid of this though, just to make sure that there's that little bit of extra clearance there that is apparently required. I've probably gone about this in a little bit of a strange way, going up first and not going across first, but anyway, this will mean that this will be kept nice and clear out of the way when I put my piston, rotor, then drills down for this. Even though it does mean that I'm having to drill out some of this roof of stone, as we've proven before. Oh, wait, there's gold 46 meters away? That's not the gold I've got marked. Hang on, there's more gold here. There are 3 deposits of gold. I'm gonna have to mark that one. Hang on, need to do that. Make sure I've got fuel before I fly out over the abyss. I've got gravitoroid gold, which is the... I can hear the drill though. Am I close? the drill. Could that possibly be the same gold? I don't think so. Anyway. It's not important. I will mark it. Oh, I was worried.
2100.
I'll mark it just in case. Try and get more building done before I run out of Rad's limit. Let's go have a look. I had to come back up for food and water. Oh yeah, it's totally the same gold. And we're getting gold! We are into the gold. Also, we're not perfectly targeted on it, so I'm going to need to do another pass to get all of the deposit. Oh well, I got pretty close. Next time I do the realignment, I can try and remember to do what people were telling me to do, which is effectively right-click mine to do my realignment so I clear out a whole lot of stuff beforehand. Maybe I'll remember to do that. We'll see. It'd be so nice to have this drill pretty much finished before I leave, because if I can do that,